Okay, so we'll get, as I said, Planning and Strategic Initiative Committee for October the 27th. We have quite a few delegations, even though we have 2 items. On the item of McBrien Drive, we have approximately 20 delegates. Actually, it will be more than that when you include the staff presentation and the applicant's delegation as well. Just a quick note to the committee, it will be an extensive night with, I'm sure, those that are waiting on the tail end. We don't want them to be discouraged and not be able to participate in the meeting. So I would ask if you can focus our questions of clarifications rather than taking more extensive time. And as I said, we want to make sure that all the voices that are in this chamber do get the opportunity to say what they want to say. I'll make a quick note to the delegates. Please try to focus on information that might be new. If you have heard others that have already stated those points, we are quite cognizant of what's being said, and repetition of the same thing doesn't enhance the dialogue. So if you want to take that 5 minutes that you do have in really focusing on new information or your personal perspective on the application, and I think that would be more fruitful to the committee members to be able to hear and reflect on. With the meeting started, any disclosures of peculiar interest or nature thereof? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the consent items. Just get a mover on consent items. Moved by Councillor Johnston. Oh, you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, Councillor Chapman. Thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could pull 3.1 and 3.3.
Okay. All right. We'll pull those 2 items out. 3.1, do you have questions? Do I need to take a vote on? Yeah, I thought so. Can I get a mover just to take those 2 items out? Moved by Councillor Johnston. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So item 3.1. Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question for staff. I just have concerns about what we're doing here because this is owned by the region. And what message are we sending to homeowners and to other residents that you can let a house just, you know, come to be in such a state that it needs to be demolished and we demolish?
Just keep acting. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? So my question to staff is, well, I guess first, how long have these homes been vacant? And second of all, what message are we sending to homeowners and to residents by doing this, by approving this demolition?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we don't know the length of time that the dwellings were vacant. Our staff confirmed that they are not habitable in their current state. The region has indicated that they acquired these properties in addition to all the properties on Weaver Street as part of the Weaver Street reconstruction. And their intent is to demolish these houses, which are currently vacant, consolidate and redevelop the properties for a regional purpose in future that's at a greater scale than would exist today. So the region has no intention to rent them out, and they are not habitable in their current condition.
Okay, well, and I think it's a shame that they've been sitting there vacant all this time and not being occupied, especially when we have need for housing, right? But that's the only question I had for 3.1.
3.2.
For 3.3.
Oh, 3, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for this report, the community engagement review. My question has to do with planning applications. I mean, in the report, it mentions master plans, capital projects, infrastructure upgrades, policy bylaws, etc. But one thing I've heard over and over again from residents, and in fact, some of the feedback from residents in the applications that are before us today also are concerned about the fact that when we have planning applications, the community engagement or the neighborhood information meetings are virtual. We still don't have them done in person, whereas most other engagements we do in person now, or a hybrid. So I was just wondering where that fits into this whole analysis.
Look to either Mr. Weedman or Stevenson. Oh, okay. Can you key in, please? Are you? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So this policy applies corporation-wise, and so as such, it necessarily avoids prescribing specific methods that staff will use when engaging. And the reason for that is very few methods apply in every single engagement process and for every single business unit. So any policy update that we bring forward would be for the entire corporation. We have a separate policy that the public participation and planning processes policy that codifies the methods selection step for public consultation on development applications, so that's considered in a separate policy.
So it's not captured in this work at all?
So again, this particular policy applies for the entire corporation, so it is captured in the separate policy that applies to development applications, but the engagement process for development applications would be expected to align with whatever revised policy we bring forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so consent items have been. Did we move them? Okay, all right. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, we'll move on to the advertised portion of our meeting, and with the delegates. I'll again specify to the delegations. The city values and encourages participation and dialogue in a democratic process that occurs in council, in committee meetings, and through written submissions and correspondences. It is important that these interactions remain respectful towards other members of the public, staff, and council. In case where dialogue is not respectful, or a delegates interrupts councillors, staff, or other delegations, makes derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others that are disrespectful, or uses hate speech or language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair may interject and take necessary actions to maintain respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which could involve the removal from the meeting. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screen in front of you. When there is a 30-second remaining on your time, you will hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second no tone at the completion of your time, and the microphone will turn off shortly after the exceeded 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. Again, this is a public hearing matter under the Planning Act. This is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act. If a person or public body does not make oral or written submissions to the City of Kitchener before the proposed application is considered, the person or public body may not be entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal. Item 5.1 is the zoning bylaw amendment application for 137 Woodhaven Road. Mr. Bateman, I believe you are presenting first. When you're ready, please go ahead. Proceed.
Good evening, Chair, excuse me, committee members, staff, and residents of Kitchener. My name is Brian Bateman. I'm a senior development planner with the corporation, and I'm very pleased to be bringing forward a planning report recommending approval of a zoning bylaw amendment application that would allow for the use of a semi-detached dwelling for the property located at 137 Woodhaven Road. Start off with some site surrounding context. Subject site is outlined in the red star on this slide. It's located at 137 Woodhaven Road. It's an interior lot in the Vanier neighborhood. It currently contains a duplex dwelling that's proposed to be demolished. And surrounding land use, the broader neighborhood contains a mix of commercial, low, medium, and higher density residential uses, and is within walking distance to commercial, bus, and rapid transit. This is the slide of the conceptual site plan for the property, and this shows a 2-story dwelling containing a semi-detached dwelling and 4 ADUs for a total of 6 units. A consent application will be required to split the lot, and this will be in the future. so that each half of the semi can be serviced independently and conveyed separately. And I've got a few notes on the slide I just quickly want to draw your attention to. Their front porches with the semi. It proposes offset driveways to save the boulevard tree along Woodhaven Road and a rear tree as well. Next slide. This is a slide showing the conceptual building elevation, and I don't know if it's evident to the committee and to members here, but I think this style of housing draws from existing housing along the street. It's got a lower pitched roof line, and the use of brick and vinyl that is consistent with what you'll see on Woodhaven Road. And probably more importantly is the fact that the building height is capped at 9 meters. As many of you in the committee may know, our zoning allows for 11-meter building height normally, but because it's in an established neighborhood, and we look at the heights of the two bungalows on either side, they're 6 meters or less, so therefore the new building has to be lower than 11 meters. 9 meters is the maximum height that's allowed. And that's done purposefully to be context sensitive to the neighborhood. This is the slide showing the proposed map 1, which is with the zoning bylaw amendment text, and it's requesting it requests a change from Res 2, which allows just single detached, duplex, and ADUs, to a Res 4, the low-rise residential 4 category, which allows for the semi-detached dwellings. I think it's important to note that there are no site specifics being requested, as the proposal meets all the setbacks for semi, and that includes the ADUs that are attached to it as well, and it meets the minimum parking regulations. An opportunity. So this proposal will facilitate gentle intensification with infill residential development, which is consistent with city policy to provide a variety, and I stress that, a variety of low-rise housing forms to our neighborhoods. It efficiently uses land, existing infrastructure, and services that are in the neighborhood. It will diversify the zone categories within this neighborhood, and consequently the built form. It will support and be supported by the nearby Fairview Road commercial areas, local bus, rail transit, and bike lanes. It's very walkable, and will assist in achieving the planned function of the city's urban structure by facilitating residential intensification that is sensitive to and compatible with the surrounding context. Last slide. Staff is recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application. Again, that's just to change the zoning from Res 2 to Res 4 to allow the use of a semi-detached dwelling. No site specifics are required. Additional dwelling units are allowed as a right in the zoning category. And the zoning bylaw amendment application demonstrates good planning principles and is consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. Thank you very much, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We will hold questions of staff after all the delegations. We will proceed to the applicant. Just going to ask Madam Clerk for clarification, if you can, for a second. Okay, so for the applicant, Alia Elich. Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Make a presentation.
Perfect. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Olia Alchitz, and I'm a planner with Strick Baldinelli Moniz, which is a multidisciplinary consulting firm. and I am here today as the applicant on behalf of the owner, Mr. Michael Liao, to speak to the application that you have before you at the site at 137 Woodhaven Road. Thank you, Mr. Bateman. I appreciate all your hard work on this file and the presentation. As most items and planning policy framework have been covered with his presentation, and in the interest of time, I will try to keep my presentation concise, primarily focusing on the details of the proposed development and address concerns that were heard by the members of the public, planning staff, and Ward 3 Councillor Deneau. So the intent of this application is to rezone the subject site from a low-rise residential R2 zone to a low-rise residential R4 zone to permit the use of a semi-detached dwelling. The proposed development will consist of 2 semi-detached dwellings with ADUs on each side for a total of 6 new units. Each semi-detached dwelling will contain a front porch, a rear deck, some shared amenity space in the rear, 2 surface parking spaces for each semi-detached dwelling for a total of 4 parking spaces, 6 bicycle parking stalls, and of course pedestrian-friendly access from Woodhaven Road into the dwelling. And the intent is to pursue a severance application should the zoning bylaw amendment be approved. On July 22nd, a community meeting was held to discuss the details of this application. An additional community meeting was held on site on September 17th with City of Kitchener staff, Councillor Deneau, and neighborhood residents. I'd really like to take this opportunity to address those concerns that were heard from members of the public, City of Kitchener staff, and ward councillor. I have grouped the concerns into themes, so bear with me. So number 1, the theme was compatibility. The proposed development is located within a low residential density area. Common types of housing in low density zoning include single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhomes. These housing types are typically in the same neighborhood as they strike a balance and harmony with one another. This variation of housing type is consistent with the policies of the provincial planning statement. Number 2, tenant displacement. So the proposed development does require the demolition of the existing duplex for construction of 6 new residential units. The existing tenants will be offered the chance to move into a new unit at the same rental rate once construction is complete. We understand the challenges this may arise. However, 4 additional units will be provided for future Kitchener residents to live in a desirable neighborhood with accessible amenities and transit. All regulations set out by the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 will be followed. Noise and privacy. The application is a form of gentle density and standard residential project that is not anticipated to generate significant noise. The built form, the design, the site layout conforms to all zoning regulations. Privacy screenings such as landscaping are additional measures being taken to ensure sensitivity to the surrounding context. No commercial traffic is anticipated, of course, as this is a standard residential development. Parking. The proposed development provides 4 parking spaces, which does meet the zoning requirements. The site is well serviced by public transit with a bus stop on Wilson Ave and Traynor Ave. The Fairway Transit Hub with connecting buses and Ion Transit is a 10 to 15-minute walk, which is approximately 850 meters away from the site, as well as we provide 6 bicycle storage spaces, as well as dedicated bike lanes are provided on Wilson Avenue. In terms of garbage and recycling collection will follow city standards with curbside pickup. Roofed and lockable garbage enclosures will be provided, located in the rear lot to the west and the east side. In terms of floor plans, at this stage of the proposal, it is too early to determine the floor plans. We are taking one step at a time and beginning the project with zoning amendment applications that you have before you. Affordable housing is being considered. Currently, 1 unit is being considered. This proposed development is consistent with the policies of the Provincial Policy Planning Statement, the Region of Waterloo Official Plan, the City of Kitchener Official Plan, and the City of Kitchener Zoning Bylaw. This is an opportunity for development that represents the missing middle, gentle
No, if you want to finish, go ahead.
Sure. Is gentle intensification and is appropriate lot with amenities and services. This will allow for residents to have an opportunity to have choice and tenure in a desirable neighborhood. I really appreciate your time and all the residents and everybody here tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. I'll request the committee if we can hold questions of the applicant. We have other delegates that may have favorable or opposing opinions to the application, and that way whatever points that are made by them, if we need clarification of the applicant, we can all ask them at once. So please just jot down questions that you may have for clarification with the applicant for later. Okay. All right, so we'll go to Mary and Donovan. Welcome, Mary Ann. How are you? You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
My name is Mary Ann Donovan. I've lived on Woodhaven for 65 years. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents who have lived here for over 50 years. This has been a peaceful, quiet neighborhood for seniors and families. When we first moved in, there was a farm behind us that stretched over to Ferry Road and beyond. At 4 p.m., the women would go down the lane to get vegetables for supper from the farmer's wife. Everything changed once the city approved duplexing for single detached homes. Now, 6 residents reside in a 1,000-square-foot bungalow. Parking has become a problem. Each person having a truck or car. Yard maintenance just doesn't get done. Then there's messy garbage all over that attracts skunks, raccoons, and foxes to the neighborhood. I recognize there is a housing crisis. The Prime Minister has called for small, affordable homes for families to be built, like the wartime homes built after World War II. I fail to see how this proposed apartment complex will help the housing crisis. There are no apartment buildings on Woodhaven. Changing the zoning only opens the door for further apartment developments, and that is something we don't want to see happen on Woodhaven. I have 2 safety concerns. Increased density will attract more skunks, raccoons, and foxes to the area. My other concern is personal safety. 2 streets over on Traynor, there are several apartment complexes. The police are frequently there. Trucks and cars line the street due to a lack of available parking spaces. This hinders access for emergency vehicles. We are a community of seniors. We have paid our taxes and mortgage. We want to live our remaining years in our homes and in peace. We are afraid of losing our homes to land developers wanting to build apartment complexes. Everything is jeopardized because a landowner wants to make more money. He hasn't shown concern for his tenants when house repairs are necessary. He hasn't shown concern for us who reside in this community. I respectfully request the city deny this zoning application, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you today.
Thank you very much, Mary. There are no questions. Linda Zettel. Welcome, Linda. You have 5 minutes. We'll just raise the podium. Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Linda Zettel, and I own and live at 133 Woodhaven Road, directly beside the property being discussed this evening. I am strongly opposed to the rezoning request being made. I have lived in this neighborhood for 8 years when I was forced to move from my last home due to potential future development. The current zoning was established to maintain a stable, low-density residential character. The proposed building does not align with the neighborhood's long-term vision and risks diminishing the property values that residents have invested in and worked to preserve. Allowing a 6-unit development on this lot would set a precedent for similar rezoning requests, upset the integrity of our neighborhood. With 6 units at 3 bedrooms in each, that is the potential of up to 30 people living on one parcel of land. I enjoy the peacefulness of sitting in my backyard and hearing nothing but the birds and trees, the additional noise. The height of the proposed building would loom over my home and others and result in the loss of privacy, sunlight, and open space. The building will be twice the height of my home. The lack of parking will be another issue, with only 2 units having spots. That means additional parking will be on the street that has already been narrowed directly in front of the property for traffic calming. What will happen if there is an emergency and emergency services cannot fit down the street because there are too many cars on the street? Yes, the plans are pushing for LRT, transit, and bicycle use, but to be realistic, a lot of people still have cars. It also increases the potential risk for pedestrians and children. I understand the need for more affordable housing in our city. However, what about the housing for the current tenants living there? Yes, they've been offered the possibility or option of moving back into the new units, but who is going to pay their increased rent while the units are being built? Where are they to live? Will they become the homeless? These families have chosen our neighborhood for their home. Forcing them out for redevelopment not only disrupts their lives, but undermines the stability and community spirit that long-term residents contribute. Displacing our long-term neighbors to make room for higher density, profit-driven development is contrary to the values of our neighborhood. I am sure that the rent charged will not be based on affordable housing rental amounts. The rent charged will be going into a pocket of a person that does not live in Kitchener or Waterloo region. I'm also assuming his contractors will not be from Kitchener or the region, which means no money will be staying to support our local businesses and economy. Reports provided by the city show everything proposed by the owner and his planning firm in the building plans are within or below the approved amounts and have met the city's requirements. Just because a property has the space and capacity to build doesn't always mean we should. Bigger is not always better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda. There are no questions. Next, we have Rachel Bitgood. Welcome, Rachel. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good evening, councillors. First, I would like to thank you for giving the delegates and myself the opportunity to speak and share on the rezoning application for 137 Woodhaven Road. My name is Rachel, and I've resided at 137 with my family since 2017. And the lower, sorry, I'm emotional. The family in the lower unit since 2020. For us, this house isn't just where we sleep, it's where we've built our lives. When we moved into 137 Woodhaven, we were simply looking for stability, a place to call our own. Over the years, this house has become so much more than that. It's the one place where we felt safe, grounded, and connected to the community around us. It's where we've built routines, friendships, and a sense of belonging that's hard to find these days in what seems to be a vast growing concrete jungle. Losing that and having to start over somewhere we can't afford feels impossible to imagine. For us, home isn't just about a roof, it's about stability and connection. Losing that sense of place, especially when safe, affordable housing is so difficult to find, would turn our whole world upside down. 2 families have built lives here, surrounded by neighbors who care and a neighborhood that feels safe. The idea of losing all of that, of being uprooted after so many years, is heartbreaking. If this rezoning goes through, we will have nowhere to go. We will be homeless. We can't compete with rising rents, and there's very little affordable housing that is safe and accessible for families like ours. I want to be clear when I say safe and accessible housing. There is not a lack of housing here in Kitchener. There is a lack of affordable housing. As you are aware, we do not fall under the Housing Tribunal Protection Act of 6 units or more, leaving us out in the cold, so to speak. I understand the need for growth and development, but I ask at what cost? I'm asking you to look beyond the blueprints and to see the people in these walls. For us, this isn't just a zoning change. It's the loss of the only stability that we have. Robert Southey once wrote about loss and compared it to losing a limb, saying time may heal the anguish of the wound, but the loss cannot be repaired. We don't want to leave our home. We're not asking for special treatment, just a chance to stay rooted in the place where we've worked so hard to build our lives. 141 Woodhaven Road is the property beside 137. It was recently sold, and a new young couple moved in, great spirits, excited to own their first home in a little haven nook of the city, where they could start their family and feel safe in community with neighbors that watch out for each other. They have been very disheartened to find out recently of the rezoning application, and this may squash their dreams of raising their family there. On our street are many elderly people who have lived there 30, 40, even 50 years. Many living on a pension now in homes that they've paid taxes for, supported, and built a strong foundation of community and a sense of home. If this rezoning application is approved, it has been expressed deeply that these elderly people will not feel safe with this change and also cannot afford to move anywhere else. Please, before you make your decision, remember that this isn't just land on a map. It's our home. It's our community. It's our safe place in our haven nook in the vast growing concrete jungle. It's where our story continues if we're allowed to stay. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, we do have, Rachel, a question. If you can come back up, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rachel, for coming out tonight. Just a quick question. You indicated you live at the subject property.
Yes, I do.
How were you notified that there was a development coming forward or plan?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So how were you notified that there was a potential development coming at that location?
So actually, the delegate that spoke before is who came and let us know that there was an ad or a notification in the newspaper. So the first communication that we had from the the applicant, and the owner was by a sign put on our front lawn.
So the owner didn't reach out to you or the individual living below you in the basement?
No, we were not notified by the owner or the property management company that had come through and done some inspections.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I do have just a clarification question. The applicant, through their representative, specify that they are going to give an option for the tenant to come back. Are you that tenant, or are they referring to the other tenant?
Sir, I live in the unit on the main floor, and there's
Have you been given an option to be able to come back? Have they?
I'm just not sure where we would go in the meantime.
Okay, we'll ask the clarification questions of the applicant afterwards.
Sorry, I understand what you're saying now. I'm having a hard time hearing. The owner did send an email stating that they would potentially give us an opportunity to come back. Further communication has been sent to the owner with no reply.
Okay. And they didn't specify if they would be assisting you with the move or any rental difference?
No, and those questions were asked.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, to the committee, we will ask the delegate, so the applicant, to come back up, if that's okay, Alia. And then after that, we'll go back to staff, finally. So you can ask questions now of the applicant directly, as well as if you have clarification questions of all that you heard from the previous delegates also. Go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, first of all, my first question would be, from the date of demolition to the date of return, what's the timeline?
So through you, Mr. Chair, and I can appreciate that there's many questions left in the air. At this time, our approach is this, I think within the scope, this is a zoning amendment application. We are requesting for a change of use. So the current existing dwelling can remain for X amount of time. We are just requesting the change of use. So at this time, I don't have a timeline. as to what the owner is wishing to do in terms of when he is to demolish. But at this stage, it is simply a change of use. We are just requesting to permit a semi-detached dwelling. There will be further applications. There will be a severance application, building permit application, and so forth. So unfortunately, I cannot give, or I don't have the specifics of timelines.
Does the owner of the property own other properties in the region?
I'm so sorry, there's just
Does the owner of this property, of this 137 Woodhaven, do they own other properties in the region?
So in Kitchener, Waterloo, Guelph, Cambridge, no. This is the only property that he owns.
Right. And have you considered at all paying for rent elsewhere while the construction is going on? I realize you're not required to do that, but we're talking about the displacement of two families here.
Absolutely, and through you, Mr. Chair, this is a tenant and landlord or outside of the scope of a zoning amendment application. Currently, there is no house to be demolished until such a time that this application may be approved. This is outside of the scope of this application, and all regulations within the Tenancy and Landlord Act will be followed.
So you're not going to go above and beyond that? No. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Thanks, Leah, for coming in tonight. So you mentioned, and I believe staff referred to conformity and making things look like the rest of the neighborhood. Do you know how many 2 stories or 1.5 stories are located between Wilson and Seibert?
So actually in Mr. Bateman's report, if you refer to figure 4, he does reference other semi-detached residential dwellings. Further south of the subject site on Traynor Avenue, there are 3-story walk-ups.
No, what on Woodhaven specifically?
So not on Woodhaven, however, the zoning bylaw regulation allows for 3 stories. So as of right, any development can go up to 3 stories, up to 11 meters. In this case, the subject property is 9 meters. The properties to the east and to the west are approximately 6 meters. So we did try to achieve a development that is respectful. Additionally, with the policy, additional dwelling units, any unit can add an addition and actually go up to 3 stories. The current, if he chose to remodel the existing site, he could go up to 3 stories.
So I'm gonna tell you how many there are. On the subject side, there are no 2 stories, 1.5 stories. They're all bungalows from the Wilson until Seibert. There are 38 actually in total. On the other side, up until we hit the church or the Anishinaabe Center now, there are 17, all bungalows, no 2 stories. No 1.5 stories, all bungalows. And so, do you believe that fits the neighborhood? Not Traynor, not Raven, but I'm talking about Woodhaven in general.
I think that the intent is to create inclusive communities as per policy, as per the additional dwelling unit policy. If you simply have single detached dwellings that offer no variety and things remain the same, it excludes folks from getting into very desirable neighborhoods, if it's all single detached, single ownership. And we have this additional dwelling unit policy, which is provincially mandated, that allows for a 4-plex as of right. I understand that change is scary and that development may seem like a scary thing. I understand these are very sensitive and challenging conversations that we continue to have. And I think the proposal here is modest. It allows for other folks, other residents within Kitchener have the ability to enter and live in a very desirable neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay. So was there any conversation with Mr. Lau of just building a fourplex there? Because we wouldn't be here at this point in time if that's what we would have applied for. So was there any recommendation that maybe we just go with a fourplex on that site?
So because of the economy and economies of scale, and there have been absolutely iterations of the site plan with our building, not SBM's, but a third-party consultant, many iterations, many discussions. There were pre-application consultations that were had with the city, and absolutely these are conversations were had, different site plans, and we landed on this site plan. And you see these type of developments that that the province and City of Kitchener official plan. This is what the missing middle is. This is gentle intensification. A city cannot grow if it does not change.
I'll keep it.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. In your beginning delegation, you talked about considering affordable housing. Can you tell me a little bit more about your considerations into that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. At this time, so there are 6 units, and the owner is pursuing 1 unit that would be affordable housing. This would be through a CMHC application, but it's in its very early stages, so I don't have any additional information other than that an application is being pursued.
Okay, great. And so if it is affordable, I think that's 30%. Is that CMHA's definition?
So,
or 10?
yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, CMHC every year, I don't want to speak on something I'm not certain, but I know that they change their definitions, affordable, attainable, and there's different revenue streams. At this stage, it is too early to say. However, as you know, one application gets approved and then another application, the future severance application, absolutely more information will be made available. Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, I was really encouraged to see that was part of the consideration. And then I'm just curious about the green standards in the build. Do you know if the owner has any interest in pursuing any of these standards?
Yes, thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. So there has been, as part of the application, we did submit a sustainability statement, and so there are certain measures that we are going through. I won't name them all. However, we are looking to exceed the building code by 25%, and there are many other building design elements that we are trying to achieve. Through that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly, did you want to come back? You're okay. Okay, just some clarification questions of my own. How wide is the front yard? The lot width?
I'm so sorry. There's
lot width of
the width of the development. Yep. So it's 30, or sorry, the length, the depth.
The width.
The width. So it is 15.85 meters.
Okay, all right. And within that, the reason I was asking is there are certain stipulations for as of right for plexing. It is as of right, but there is a certain minimum for a lot width that's still required. I think it's 10.5, so it does exceed the minimum. So that's why you're saying that at the very least, the zone change isn't necessary, then an application for demolition as well as construction could be put forward for a fourplex. Okay.
Yep.
I know this is very early, that there may be consideration to apply for CMHC funding, which does require some segment of the units to be affordable based on the CMHC guidelines of what affordable is. You've also outlined that there is an interest by the applicant to give option to the current tenant to be, I think, primarily the main unit tenant, to potentially come back afterwards. So there's a lot of words that potentially could be can I hear from you that that will be something that will be done, that they will be contacted and given that option, not necessarily potentially, but that is a definitive language?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and absolutely, as this is a public, it has been now recorded, and so both tenants that currently reside will be offered a new unit within this new building. And in terms of, we don't have the floor plans yet. However, each unit is approximately 1,000 square feet, brand new. There will be all appliances, dishwasher, washer, and dryer.
That's okay. Just to get context, that's that it will continue to be 3-bedroom units for all 3. That's currently it's a 3-bedroom home or a 4-bedroom home?
Sorry, the current
main floor setup is.
I believe it's both are 2-bedroom units, yeah, okay. I believe so, unless the tenants may correct me if I'm wrong. And for the future, we're just working through how the floor plans will be designed, but they are 1,000 square feet.
Okay, so it'll be similar floor plate of each unit that's currently on site right now. So you're not diminishing the square footage. It just happens to be 3 units as opposed to 2 units per site.
Absolutely.
So the other thing I want to get to is the fact that the previous delegate, the current tenant, did specify a aspect of affordability that, again, they're renting based on the current premises conditions. If they have to move somewhere else and come back again, the increased rent may not be, even though the option is given, but may not be something that they're eligible for. The fact that if the applicant goes for CMHC funding and some units need to be affordable, could we presume that that affordable rent would be offered to the existing tenant, or?
And through you, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I wish I had an answer to that. That would be up to the owner and the current tenants to decide how the applicants are chosen for the affordable housing units.
What I would say is, I think, again, this is a committee meeting. It does not, the final decision does not rest for today. It does go to council meeting. I don't know how the preceding conversations are going to go, but I would say that there is time for the applicant to answer to the inquiry of the tenant. An email has been sent. I think no reply has been given. I think further dialogue and discussion, and exactly what I'm saying, outlining that if the current tenant is eligible based on CMHC guidelines, that would be the direction that's followed, that they would help the tenant to be able to come back based on affordable rent, provided that they followed within those guidelines of the affordable rent. And that's something, a conversation you can have back and forth with the tenant, and perhaps provide more clear language to the committee or council at that time. Okay?
Sure.
Awesome. All right, that's everything. Thank you very much. Presenting, we'll go to questions of staff. Go ahead, Councillor Donnell.
Thank you, Chair Singh. What is the timeline for a no decision appeal with this?
Is it working now? Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Donnell, it's 90 days.
Okay, so where are we in that 90
We're
days?
past that date.
We're past the 90
We're past, yes. Correct. So they are in an appeal period, potential.
Okay, and I think we've had this conversation around the table before, but is that common to bring developments past that 90-day window?
Through the chair, it is atypical for us to be beyond the prescribed timelines within the Planning Act. It's something that does occur. In this case, there was significant interest within the neighborhood meeting, and so staff did take a pause and conduct another community meeting on site. That was approximately a month later, in order to provide adequate notice for both the publishing of the staff report to accommodate the Canada Post strike disruption and to accommodate that on-site meeting. This one has proceeded beyond the 90 days. There's no official plan amendment associated, so 90 days was, it is tight. In that case, we did 2 community engagements, and that's what took up the bulk of the time.
Okay, thank you. So we're going from a Res 2 to a Res 4. Is that something we would, I'm not sure the word I'm looking for. Yeah, typically do, I guess. Yeah, is that something that that in the past that we've made a Res 2 to Res 4? And if we have or if we haven't, is that a big jump typically?
Through the chair, I can't think of one specific at the top of my mind or my head, but what we do is we treat each application on its own merits. So, an application at this location versus an application at another location could have a whole different set of issues. But what I can advise the committee is that we do have policy in our official plan under the low-rise residential designation policies 15D.3.8 and 9 that really talk about providing a full range of housing in our low-rise residential districts. And I'm sure you've heard it many, many times. With respect to the height, and I know that you raised that issue. That's why we did the councils that were around the horseshoe or around for the residential intensification of established neighborhood study and its implementation. We have implemented that in Appendix E of the zoning bylaw. So it fixes the height and it's specifically for these circumstances where they're just bungalows. And this is a classic case whereby we have 2 stories instead of 3 stories. So, I mean, we've kind of, gone through this before. We've prepared for it, and we feel that we've prepared a balanced approach to allow this form of development at this occasion.
Okay, and so my next question.
If you can hold for a second, Councillor Deneau, Ms. Malone, right? Did you want to add further?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some further direction or information for the committee this evening. So there are a number of res zones that implement the low-rise residential land use designation in our official plan. So the res 1 to res 5 zones implement the low-rise that's a mouthful. Low-rise residential land use designation in our official plan. The differences between the zones relate to use and sizes of properties. So as you get higher into res 5, it permits low-rise multiples 3 stories within that 11 meters.
Okay, thank you. So I got 50 seconds left. When we talk about Mr. Bateman, you're referencing some of our policies. 4.C.1.8 on page 9 of this report, talks about any new buildings, additions, or modifications to existing buildings appropriate massing and scale, compatible with the built form community character. And my argument would be this does none of that. 4.C.1.9. Residential intensification development within existing neighborhoods will be designed to respect existing character. This is a 2-story. There's no 2 stories around here. And so, do we pick and choose what part of our policies we follow?
Before we say that, just as a comment as a chair, I don't think necessarily it's a pick and choose. I think it's a broader context of overall bylaws, but I will have staff clarify.
Through the chair, yes, and we balance. I mean, we don't pick and choose policies, but we balance based on the uniqueness of a particular neighborhood.
Sorry, and pick and choose was probably the wrong terminology I used. My apologies.
No, that's okay. I think you are specifying care for the community, and sometimes those simpler words matter more. But at the same time, we have to be fairness of how staff come to a support of an application. And they are really tied to not with emotion, but specifics to the way the planning policies are not necessarily guided by our bylaws, or more specifically mandated by the provincial policies as well. Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address the which I believe Councillor Deneau, when we look at applying the official plan policies, we have to take that broader lens and perspective. So policy 4C18, which you appropriately addressed as part of the consideration for a development application, I think Mr. Bateman spoke a little bit about the consideration that went into the design. So the zoning, although the building is taller, it is capped to that 9 meters in height, which was in the zoning bylaw. So this is a shorter building that we would find and other low-rise residential neighborhoods. The driveway locations were considered in order to accommodate and maintain the current street tree that's existing on site. The materials, the building fabric, the setback. So when we talk about the character of the neighborhood, I think it's important that, as professional planners, we don't necessarily say we're going to replicate exactly what's there. And what I'm hearing from some of the delegations today is that that would be the preferred approach. But Ontario, within the Planning Act and within our own low-rise residential policies within our own P, we have to accommodate a variety of housing types in all areas of the city. So, saying that we have to have a bungalow where there's a bungalow now is not something that's supported by any provincial, regional, or city policy. What we have to say is if a bungalow is being replaced with something different, what consideration, care, and guidance and regulations do we apply to that? So not that it's the same, but that it's compatible and it can coexist.
Good. All right. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. When was this Res 2 zoning determined? Was that under Crosby 2019?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Just comment. Is that all right? I can wait.
Yeah, if you can wait, I'll have come to you first when we do. I'll just turn it off. Thank you. Just a couple questions on myself. There's no other questions in the committee for staff. One of the things I asked was the consideration for the applicant to proceed if they didn't go with the zone change application with the as of right fourplexing. I wanted to confirm from staff, is that the case? Would they be eligible to do a fourplex on site? Mr. Bateman.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And relative to height, and again, those arguments would still be made that the height could potentially be higher. And so the height would still be the fact that it would be a maximum of 9 meters and not potentially or perhaps the 6 meters or below that currently exists on the street.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so they could go a higher height, same as what they are right now. They could go with increased units than the duplex. So generally, it's 2 additional units that are being proposed for than what the current density. So the current density does allow 4 units. So they're asking for 6 units. So 2 extra units are being asked for.
That's correct. And I just want to clarify to you that the height would be capped at 9 meters, even for the fourplex.
That's right. That's
Yes.
always, yeah. No, what I was saying is if you're applying for as of right zoning, it's not to say that it would have to be coinciding with the adjoining property of the height, that they could still go to 9 meters, same as what they're proposing right now. Okay.
That's correct.
The other question was specifications by the delegate that this is a apartment complex. So are they applying for 6 units, or is it a zone change to a semi-detached? So there are 2 freehold premises that each would have a 3-plex in them.
Two freehold semis with 3 units per side.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So that's all the questions of the delegations. We will go to comments. I'll go to you, Councillor Dillon, at the end. Perhaps it'll be best for you to hear it from the rest of the committee, and then you can make your comments. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I don't have a problem with the density and with the height of the new build, and I'm not concerned of how it's going to affect the neighborhood. I think that bringing in different types of homes can add a little more interest to neighborhoods. What really concerns me is the current tenants who are living there being displaced because of this. So what I'd really like to see is the applicant come back when it comes to council. I'd like to see a little bit more teeth on how the tenants will be taken care of while there's construction, and will they be able to come back at a rate that can be affordable. Thanks.
Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you for this application as well. I like what I see. I think for me as well, my only concern right now, as Councillor Michaud mentioned, is the support for the tenants, especially in that transition period as well, because I don't know if anybody has clarity around that area, but I'm a bit concerned about that. So I'm hoping between now and council that is attended to, and we have some definite responses. Especially, I'm a bit concerned about the words probably and maybe, and we need more definites moving forward. And sadly for me, if I don't have it by council, I probably won't be able to support it. But yeah, thank you for bringing the application forward.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. I concur with the previous two councillors. I'd like to call for a deferral to the council meeting in November.
Okay, were you going in that direction yourself? Do you want to allow the ward councillor to be able to do it? Okay, all right. Councillor Dano.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. And I want to thank the staff as well. For meeting on site in September, and also allowing the community members to meet at Kingsdale for a virtual delegation / presentation. I will be asking for a deferral, and I'll be frank. A lot of these questions that were asked around the horseshoe could have been already answered if the delegates would have been willing to have a meeting at some point in time between our last meeting on site and tonight's current meeting. So, I think a lot of our time has been wasted in asking these questions that, again, I will reiterate, could have been answered before tonight. So I'm asking for a deferral in the hopes that I can meet with a consultant and staff to discuss the concerns that were brought around the horseshoe tonight, in helping with the current tenants, displacements, and then a few other issues that have been raised. And so I want to thank my council committee colleagues for bringing this up, and thank you, Councillor Chapman, for mentioning the deferral. But yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, so you are specifying your intent to move a deferral, but I'll also continue on with a comments as well. I think that will help to give some sort of direction towards the applicant as well, and as we approach council meeting. Before Councillor Davey come to you for clarification, are you specifying deferral to council meeting, or are you looking for another date?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I was just listening, and my thoughts have largely been covered. I just wanted to clarify, though, that the purpose of the deferral is primarily the looking into what we can do for the existing residents. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what Councillor Dano and some others have said is that their questions asked of the uncertainty of what allowances will be made to the existing tenant or tenants, because the applicant's representative or the applicant is not necessarily themselves here. They can have that conversation with the tenant and then relay that to the ward councillor and include. So we're deferring to council meeting just to have more concrete word or commitment if the applicant is willing.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So I'll just echo my colleagues. I don't have a particular issue with the development itself, but my concern is with the residents that are there. Although I do, I'll be happy to support it to council. I would remind committee as well that we do have very limited authority and jurisdiction, I understand, in terms of trying to really step up for the current residents. I wish we did have more power, but we do not. So we have to be careful in terms of our expectations.
Just a soft realization. I could have answered your questions with a yes, but I give you a long answer. But that's for clarity for everyone in the room. That's why. Councillor Dino, you've already spoken, so Councillor Stretch, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make the comment that I feel very similar to how Councillor Michaud put to words, and it would really be nice to see. I know we don't have real tools to make the developer do these things, but I think there is opportunity here for the developer in good faith to put forward some solutions to help current residents and some solutions going forward, especially with an act of six units, because in the future there would be bylaws that would need to be followed if the same thing was happening. So yeah, just in good faith, be able to come back with those words, less maybes, and some more for sure's. Thank you.
Yeah, if the committee would allow indulgence, I would just make a couple comments as well. I think those allowances or good faith gestures would definitely help ease minds of the residents, and we had delegates that are not affected by the tenancies, but they are community minded. They care about their neighbor who currently resides in the premises, and understanding that matters to many others beyond just the those that delegated today is heard through the concerns of members of the committee. It is understood that it's not necessary for those allowances to be made, that the applicant could follow the Landlord and Tenancy Act as prescribed. But again, that's not how development always has to proceed. There can always be a potential to work within the framework to make matters easier, the very least to someone that would be financially quite significantly affected in their lives more immediately affected by the development. So again, to the committee and expectation, I do want to bring back to understanding that yes, I think the applicant can maybe come to terms if they are going to be applying for a CMHC funding, which does require them to have some affordable units, and that's why I said that they could look to draft language that says, provided that the tenant meets those CMHC guidelines, that they could be eligible for that future reduced discounted rent, so that the rent would not be overly affected when they come back, and with a certainty that will be an extended offer to the tenant. The applicant's representative did say that this is a public meeting. They did say yes, that is exactly what their intent, to reach out to the tenant, but it's good to reiterate that now that we are deferral with additional clarity as to the affordability, additional clarity as to if there's a rent differential, the fact that this tenant will have to vacate, move elsewhere, and if the tenancy rents go up, will the applicant be assisting in the interim until the development is complete with some of that rent differential. Not perpetuity in time, but at the very least up until the tenant is given an option to come back. And then finally to my comments, overall understanding, we can't falter staff to support something that may look different in a neighborhood. They are following our zoning bylaws. They are following our official plan. They are guided by provincial legislation, which supersedes everything that we do. The reason why I say this is if our staff chose to not support an application that does meet the merits of our official plan as well as the provincial policies for planning, the applicant can easily challenge the decision of our staff or of this council and take the application directly to the OLT, in which case the OLT does not consider consciousness of or concerns of the area residents of how their potential impacts would be. They are quite stoic and sterile in their approach. They will look at the planning policies as written by the province, and that can differ very differently than what our internal feelings and emotions may be guided. That is why we are fortunate to be on council at a local level. We see beyond the black and white on a piece of paper. We look to find a compromise and middle ground, and that is why we are consciously working with our staff as well as the applicant to find that middle ground. Okay, so Councillor Deneau, did you want to speak in?
For clarification, so it's for tenants, not just the tenant that's here tonight, but it's for the tenants of the of 137 Woodhaven.
Okay, fair enough. All right. With that in mind, that it has been moved for deferral to the council meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So to the delegates, no decision was made. The committee did ask for some more clarification of the applicant, and the final decision, same as it would have been otherwise, even if it was supported or declined, final decision will be ratified in the upcoming council meeting. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, on this item. We have a long list of delegates coming up for the next item. It will take a while. We can do a 2-minute bio break, and that'll give opportunity for the the current delegates that already spoke to exit as well. So 2 minutes. For a draft plan of subdivision application, 1700 Strasburg Road and McBride Drive. Mr. Pennell, you will be speaking as for staff, and I want to bring attention to the committee that we have various written submissions that have been sent to the committee and council and mayor. Please do take a look at them. And then, as I've said earlier, we have a very long list of delegations, approximately 20, including the applicant and staff. I will again specify my request to the committee. Please ask questions of clarifications only, and I will make my request to those in the gallery who are planning on speaking as delegates. Please try to focus your presentation on new information. If you feel that another delegate has made the same points that you have, again, try to relate your own personal reflection or points of views related to new information as opposed to the repetition thereof. It will just allow the night to go a little more smoothly, as well as it's also to be respectful from the perspective of the committee and you as delegates to your fellow neighbors, to ensure that those that are at the bottom of the list, which could be many hours from now, hopefully not, that they have the opportunity to speak as well. Various people have different time commitments. Okay, all right, Mr. Pennell, whenever you're ready, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The subject property is owned by an Ontario numbered company and is located within the Huron Business Park. The property is 15 hectares in area and is devoid of buildings. The property borders on the Huron Natural Area, or HNA, to the west, Strasburg Road to the east, industrial uses and stormwater management pond to the north, and industrial uses and a wooded area to the south. The property has been designated and zoned for business park purposes since 1983. The adjacent HNA contains a regionally significant woodland, or RSW, and the Strasburg Creek Provincially Significant Wetland Complex, or PSW. The HNA is now protectively zoned Natural Conservation, or NHC1. Previous to the city's property-by-property acquisition of the HNA commencing in the early 1990s, what is now known as the HMA was largely privately owned and blanket zoned for business park development in 1983. A city-initiated study was undertaken in the early 1990s to guide the city's acquisition of the significant and sensitive features of the HNA. Through this study, the subject lands were determined not to be lands that needed to be acquired by the city to protect the area's natural features. Area grading commenced on the subject property in the late 1980s. That development was abandoned, leaving depressions which created ponding water. Since that time, human-made wetlands have formed and vegetation has grown in. The subject property is not a pristine natural area. Rather, it has been heavily disturbed by machinery for decades. And unlike the abutting HNA, the subject property is not considered part of the RSW and the PSW. The applicant is proposing to develop a business park subdivision containing 10 industrial lots, ranging in size from 0.67 to 1.22 hectares. Through the proposal, Huron Business Park would be further built out for employment uses. The current business park employment land use designation and EMP4 zoning would permit industrial uses, including manufacturing, but excluding noxious uses. Currently, the lands could be developed with one large manufacturing use without a subdivision application. OPA and ZBA applications are not required to facilitate the subdivision. The applicant is proposing to develop a, next slide. To facilitate a functional layout and provide access, McBride Drive would be extended from its current terminus to connect with a new street that would outlet to Strasburg Road. 2 cul-de-sacs would be created off of this new street. A multi-use trail would allow access from Strasburg Road to the east entrance of the Huron Natural Area. Additional MUTs and sidewalks would provide further active transportation opportunities throughout the subdivision. Through the proposed subdivision, a wetland and wildlife habitat are proposed to be created within a 4-hectare block contiguous with the existing Huron Natural Area. That's Block 11. The natural area will enlarge the HNA and provide enhanced habitat protection. Protection for habitat. The EIS, or the Environmental Impact Study that was approved by the City, Region, GRCA, and the province, outlines the details of the habitat creation and recommended setbacks from adjacent natural features. This setback or buffer appears as a tail in Block 11. Also, a wildlife corridor is proposed, Block 12, to facilitate wildlife passage from the HNA to the pond located to the northeast of off the plan. To protect wildlife from vehicles, a wildlife eco passage under the McBrien Drive extension would be constructed as well. Together, blocks 11 and 12 comprise 1/3 of the subdivision and would be conveyed to the city. Staff suggests that the proposed subdivision represents a great opportunity. At a time when it is difficult to create new employment uses, the proposed subdivision would see 10 new lots for employment use and would further develop the Huron Business Park. The subdivision has potential to create up to 1,800 new high-value manufacturing jobs, including advanced manufacturing, a 2.5% increase within the local CMA. 1/3 of the subdivision lands would be conveyed to the city to support natural features and functions, including an expansion of the HNA. The subdivision represents a desirable balancing of interests to achieve a win-win scenario, creating viable lots for employment growth and protecting, expanding, and enhancing abutting natural features. Staff recommends approval of the subdivision subject to conditions and that the urban design brief be endorsed. Staff responded to community questions and comments at the neighborhood meeting through email and phone conversations and through the staff report. Proposed subdivision demonstrates good planning and is consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. Thank you. I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Andrew. We will hold questions of staff till the end. Just a note to the committee once more. The next is going to be presented for the applicant, a representative. Let's hold questions of the applicant and the representative till the end. I'll allow opportunity for them to come back again. So as you have delegates in between that come up, just jot questions for clarification that you would want directly from the delegate, so the applicant. All right, that being said, Brenda Flowering and Nicole Charlton, I believe you guys are up next, and they are from GSP Group, representing on behalf of the applicant. Are you guys doing a joint submission? Okay, all right, so you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Brandon Flewelling. I'm a land use planner with GSP Group. I'm joined tonight by Nicole Charlton from GHD, as well as the property owner and project team in support of the development application at 1700 Strasbourg Road and McBrien Drive. We're certainly here in support of the staff report as written and the noted draft plan conditions. Quickly, I wanted to point council towards the official plan and look at the urban structure map on the left side of the page, map 2. The subject property is located within an industrial employment area. And if you look on the map on the right, it's designated business park employment on the land use map on the right side. The land use permissions for the development of employment lands already exist. And the purpose of the application is to create individual lots and blocks for future development. As noted on map 6 of the city's official plan, the property is located adjacent to, but outside of the core natural heritage areas and features associated with the Huron Natural Area. Further, as shown on the map on the right, the property is currently zoned for employment uses, being a service business park employment or EMP4 zone in the City of Kitchener zoning bylaw. So similar to the official plan, the land use permissions for employment land uses already exist. This application seeks permission to create the necessary lots and blocks for the proposed development. As Andrew noted in his presentation, before you is the proposed plan of subdivision. Key to highlight on the plan are the green areas which surround the property to the north, west, and south sides. These are buffers, an additional wetland block, as well as a wildlife corridor. In addition to this, there will be a direct connection through the street connection to Strasbourg to the Huron Natural Area. So that trail connection will be reestablished through the permissions for this development. I'll pass it to Nicole.
Hi, I am Nicole Charlton from GHD. I'm the Senior Manager of Terrestrial Ecology there. My group completed the environmental impact study for this project, and we incorporated several years of site data collection and some of the other technical studies to look at the potential impact that the proposed development might have. And if we identified impacts, to identify suitable mitigation measures so that it could proceed without an impact. So the main way we came up with any mitigation is what's proposed up here. So there's going to be a very large created wetland, 2 hectares in size, or I think it's 2.1 hectares, directly adjacent to the Huron Natural Area. And then from there, there will be a wildlife corridor at the north edge with an eco passage under the proposed road extension, and that will connect over to the naturalized swim pond at the north off-site. So you get some connectivity between that wetland, that stormwater management pond, and the created wetland and the Huron Natural Area. So it's essentially enlarging the Huron Natural Area by that 2.1 hectare wetland. And also providing some connectivity to the north. The existing lands are in a very disturbed state, left over from past grading and developments that never took shape, and this really represents I think it really represents a real benefit to the Huron Natural Area. You don't see these kinds of projects come along all the time. I think that's it.
We will we'll certainly be paying attention to the delegations and happy to come back for questions later.
Thank you. If you can, jot that down. Okay, that, again, what you said, please hold your questions and we'll come back to them again. Next delegate is Greg McLenko. Greg Michlenko. Greg, is it McLenko or Michlenko? It's either or. Oh, that's okay. I'm sure I'll add to that list today.
My name is Greg McLenko.
Okay.
I taught in environmental studies at the University of Waterloo, in environmental assessment, in ecology as well. And for 16 years, I worked along with the Niagara Escarpment Commission on projects related to their outstanding natural area called the World Biosphere Reserve. So I was interested in the Huron Natural Area to see how does it stack up and what might be a good indication of its potential, as well as what is in there and how it might relate to use by the public. So one thing I picked as an indicator is bird watchers. There are a lot of them. They tend to go quite widely into the areas that they traipse into. And there's now at Cornell University an electronic storage facility for eBird. And the bird watcher can, with a smartphone, just transmit what they've seen. So I thought that might provide a way of showing the extraordinary value of the Huron Natural Area. I've went online to Cornell and compared 4 of the most popular large natural areas that the public uses widely. Laurel Creek Nature Area, Schneider's Woods, Alps Woods, and the Huron Natural Area. At Laurel Creek, there are records of 230 birders who saw 155 species. At Schneider's Woods, 191 reports were received for 125 species. Alps Woods, which is an exceptional place, 260 and 153 species. Huron Natural Area, 2,112 reports, and a grand total of 191 species. So that 191 indicates something about the quality and the abundance of a major faunal component of a natural area. I think this indicates that the campaign that we have seen to naturalize that what's been described as a rundown and badly battered area and ecologically restore it to enhance further this outstanding natural area that we have in the Huron Natural Area. It should be pointed out that we're going to have 1 million and more people here soon. These places I mentioned are already a bit overcrowded with guests and visitors, and by increasing the area of the Huron Natural Area through ecological restoration, it would both consolidate and protect it, and it would provide more opportunities for the public. Another indication of its value is an environmental impact assessment was done. I have not had an opportunity to read it. I was disappointed that so little mention was made to it in the staff report, but one of them, the creatures, stood out, and that's the chimney crayfish. That's actually a little sort of lobster-like critter that lives on dry land, or moist land anyways, and builds little mud chimneys that they pop in and out. It's common down at Walpole Island, First Nation, but in 10 years on the Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee of the Region of Waterloo, when we visited about 75 different sites, I only once found it somewhere else. So we got to work carefully here, and I say that it would make more sense to expand Huron Natural Area to be an outstanding park in many different aspects, rather than an industrial operation that doesn't even meet the high performance and development standards needed in the climate crisis.
Thank you very much, Greg. There was a question, if you can come back up again, if that's okay. Sorry for the trouble. If you can come back up again, there was a Mr. Chapman. Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your observations. I just had a quick question about the proposed change to the wildlife corridor. And based on your knowledge and experience, what impact would that have on the wildlife in the area?
Corridors and buffer zones are very disputable things. I noticed that the Six Nations had sent in a report, and they proposed that the corridor be 41 meters in width. I think the one in this plan is 30. On one trip with the Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee, we were trying to determine the appropriate protected buffer zone around a little wet meadow. The proponents hired ecological consultants were arguing vehemently for 10 meters. That's all that's necessary. That would be taking away too much of the opportunity of the undertaking. Suddenly, a woodcock popped up off a nest right at my feet. So I proposed, well, let's let the woodcock decide how much room it really needs. And we paced off from the wet meadow, and it was at, I think, 38 meters. And so we made 40 meters as our recommended boundary line. So you have to be careful with those. And I find that the consultants who are working for the development interests, they often are trying to make them as thin as possible.
You satisfied? Just say thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Greg. Yes. No, that's it. There's no one else. Next, we have Manhil Afzal and Noor Afzal. Manhil and Noor, you have 5 minutes to make your make your joint delegation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manahil Afzal, and with me is Noor Afzal. We're students at Huron Heights. Today, we're to talk about the Huron Natural Area, a place that's not just a beautiful part of our community, but also a vital resource for our learning and growth.
While other speakers will highlight the environmental and wildlife impacts, we want to focus on how the closure of the Strasburg Road path has affected students, staff, and residents who rely on it daily.
Manhil, if that's okay, sorry to interrupt you. Can you guys just move center so just reach closer to the mic so that we can hear you guys better?
Yep, perfect. As someone who lives nearby and often passes through the area, I have a personal connection to it. Being so close to the Huron Natural Area, I have come to see it as more than just a park. It's a place where I can explore, relax, and truly feel connected to nature. The Huron Natural Area plays a key role in the education and well-being of our students. It is used for everything from environmental studies to physical education, making it an integral part of our school curriculum and community activities.
In our science classes, students get hands-on experience with pond studies, conducting experiments such as measuring pH, dissolved oxygen, and turbidity, while also exploring the variety of invertebrates that call the pond home. Additionally, science classes go on nature walks to study ecosystems, identify species, and observe the relationships between organisms and their environment, further enhancing their understanding of the natural world.
Our photography students also take full advantage of the Huron natural lighting, participating composition and capturing the beauty around them. Meanwhile, art classes uses the area to draw, paint, or sketch landscapes, and especially plants and wildlife, finding endless inspiration in the outdoors. And we cannot forget about the physical education classes and the cross-country team who hike and jog the trails, combining fitness with nature.
Accessibility is one of the things that make Huron Natural Area so special. Trails are maintained, entrances are easy to use, and signs guide visitors through the area.
So, speaking in concerns for accessibility, the path leading to the Huron Natural Area Trail was sadly closed in April 2024, forcing students and staff to take a longer route. What used to be a quick 5-minute walk turned into a tiring 25-minute trip just to reach the area. This change makes it less convenient, which discourages people from visiting as often, making it harder for them to benefit from outdoor learning and recreation.
The plan to develop the land also raises serious concerns about the environment and the animals that live there, as construction could destroy their natural habitats and significantly reduce the corridors required for migration and breeding. This development doesn't just threaten wildlife. It also takes away public access to a space that's deeply valued by students and residents. Everyone deserves the chance to enjoy the Huron Natural Area, to learn from it, and to help care for it. Protecting access to this space means protecting our connection to nature itself.
We're asking the City Council to reconsider the decision about following further industrial development to happen around the Huron Natural Area. By keeping this place accessible and healthy, you're supporting student learning, mental wellness, and community connection. Thank you for listening and for considering the voices of students and residents who deeply value this part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next, we have Emily Squirrel. Welcome, Emily. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the council, to my neighbors and my friends who have come tonight, especially children and our wise elders like Mr. Michelenko. I'm here today not simply to debate this parcel of land, but to speak for something much older and wiser than ourselves. According to the 2021 census of Waterloo Region, Nearly half of us, 48%, carry English, Irish, and Scottish ancestry. We come from cultures that held deep reverence for the forest, for stones, for rivers. In the old myths, the forest was never for land use. It was a meeting place of the spirit. And those stories live in our DNA, in our families. Huron Natural Area is a living, breathing forest of guardians, teachers, witnesses. I was born just minutes from this area, and I live just as near to it now. I visit it multiple times a week. I have come there to cry, like now, to share walks with friends, to search for insight when I was unsure. During the pandemic, my son and I formed our bubble with Huron Natural Area. These woods are my kin. When we consider whether to protect or to develop, we should remember that a forest is not a luxury. This is a matter of public health. We're talking about preventative medicine and accessible care for the human spirit. We need this space. We need it well. And we ought to admit that by now, after all that we have been through in these past few years. Science confirms what our grandmothers already knew. The forest heals us. Time in a forest and wetlands like Huron Natural Area reduce cortisol, our stress, by over 12%. It lowers our blood pressure, easing the strain on our hearts, and significantly reduces symptoms of anxiety and depression. These are not abstract benefits, but measurable biological proof that being in this space as it stands, with all of its over 2,000 species of birds, makes us well in body, mind, and soul. For those in our community navigating grief or poverty or illness, Huron Natural Area is one of the few places where peace and healing costs nothing. It's very busy. This isn't just sentimentality, it is survival wisdom. Beyond acknowledging what helps us as human beings, this moment is calling upon us, especially those with English, Irish, and Scottish ancestry, to demonstrate our respect for the natural world, to express our gratitude, our appreciation. The poet John O'Donohue wrote, "The landscape is not simply matter, but a presence that has a soul." These are not unloved industrial spaces. We have come to love them and what has grown there. When we destroy these spaces, we destroy a part of ourselves. Those of us who have lived here all our lives know this to be true. We are often asked to make practical decisions, but this is certainly a moral one also. How do we measure the value of land? Today, I urge this council not to think solely as landowners, but as kin. Huron Natural Area is part of my soul, and its health is directly tied to my own, to our own. Please help us protect it. Let us show it our thanks and respect. What we protect today will shelter our children's souls of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next we have, Councillor Stretch. Emily, if you can come back.
Thanks, Emily. That was expressed really well. I'm just curious if you've read the staff report.
No, not in its fullness.
Okay, thank you.
Bonnie Bender Vargas. Welcome, Bonnie. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, councillors, and city staff. I'm going to provide an overview for the wildlife affected by the approved and proposed developments, including 1700 Strasbourg, encroaching upon the Huron Natural Area. Increased noise, light, and air pollution, shadows from buildings, decreased light for food sources, shelter, and so on. More impervious cover means less green space, creates intense heat, possible flooding. Loss of habitat. Wildlife in search of food and shelter will impact our backyards. More people mean more litter, more damage to plants and trees, all of which disrupt the wildlife. Rare urban Coldwater Creek with trout and other species will be damaged. One example is the 4 towers to be built at Huron and Strasbourg, with the parking lot including asphalt, oil, and salt runoff. Your proposed tunnel, few small animals will use it. Animals have their highways or corridors they will still continue to try and use. Cleaning the tunnel will disrupt any living being in there. At the September 4th virtual meeting, there was very little concern for the larger animals. We question the solutions addressing the above concerns you spoke of at the virtual meeting as being viable, especially the destruction of 4 existing already inhabited wetlands replaced with a new wetland in a different location, which will affect all kinds of wildlife. Huron Road bordering the HNA with at least 4 approved and proposed developments, east, west, and 2 south, plus development along Strasbourg Extension is just waiting for another accident to happen. Already the traffic is incredibly busy and noisy. 3 people have been killed on Huron in recent years. Vehicles have gone off the road and ended up in backyards. Residents in that area have reported, and I quote from the record September 4th, hearing screeching tires and accelerated engines racing at all hours of the day and night. It's unsafe for our kids. An elementary school. Engineers designed this road so drivers feel safe going 80 km an hour. It's shameful. End of quote. On October the 3rd, Kitchener City News reported a driver was spotted traveling 171 kilometers an hour on Huron Road. We have horrific photos, among them 2 fawns, killed by cars on Huron along with an adult deer, not killed on impact, but suffered until police arrived and likely shot the deer. With further developments surrounding the HNA, animals of all sizes, which are a big draw for the public in the HNA, will be killed. Various people have asked the city to look at traffic calming measures on Huron Road, whether speed monitors, bumps, bollards, which slow down emergency vehicles, flashing lights, or police sitting at the side of the road for a few hours a day. Those measures only work when seen, before and after people speed. Reducing the speed limit may work, but where it is posted 40 km by Huron Heights, for example, no one slows down. Doug Ford, supported by Mayor Verbanabik, believes it's a popular notion to kill speed cameras. It may not be so popular as there is a lot of pushback from numerous sectors of the public. If speed cameras are allowed down the road, Huron is a city road, not a regional one. So it would have to be addressed by the city. Your Director of Transportation Services said Huron was designed to have higher speeds than the local road network. I wonder if the continuous speeding and the increase in traffic from the developments to surround this road were taken into consideration. Multiple traffic calming measures are needed on Huron Road if future measures can save at least 1 life, whether animal or people, then it's worth it. Councillors, Ao, Christine, and other councillors,
If you can pause for a second, I think.
Sorry?
If you can, sorry, I apologize in pausing you. Councillor Deneau, did you have? I'm sorry.
Oh, should I continue?
No,
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Just a point of clarification, Chair.
It's a point of clarification that's requested by a committee member, so I just have to go to them. Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry. I'm just trying to piece the speeding and speed cameras, traffic calming to the item before us.
So what Councillor Deneau was saying, it's a planning matter based on the application, which is a draft plan of subdivision, and some of your delegation, your points that you're putting forward are related to traffic calming and speed cameras. So Councillor Deneau is asking the relevance of those points.
Sorry.
Councillor Deneau was asking the relevance of your points made regarding speed cameras and speed calming with the planning application that's before us. He's asking what's the relevance.
Okay. Yeah, the speed cameras are virtually redundant at this point. I was just making a point that whatever kind of traffic calming measure we may do to make sure that it's going to be monitored rather than just an instantaneous.
Related to the development.
Exactly.
With the extra vehicular traffic that may happen, right? It's related to the development applications. Traffic related to the development application. The question is what you're saying is it related to the development application? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is with the future development, we really have to look at, currently Huron Road, which is bordered all around the HNA, is already a very busy, noisy, as I mentioned, accident-prone road. So our concern is, the more development, the more traffic, the more kill, the more everything. So that's how I'm relating it to this.
It's perfectly fine. I have no problem.
Sorry, I may not have made that clear.
Anita had asked the relevance as a clarification, so that's why I had to stop you. So we're going to put your time back. So you, Madam Clerk, can we put the clock back to give 2 minutes so they have the remaining time to finish? Okay, go ahead. So wherever you left off, you can carry on. Okay?
Okay. Okay, so could I continue or?
Yeah, you can continue even if you want to go a sentence or two before that, so you can carry through with your flow. Go ahead. You can start speaking again. You can carry on.
Okay, I find it a bit hard to with your mic to kind of understand what you're saying, but I think I got it.
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, where was I? Okay, so I'll just basically end it at this point, or can I go on, or? Okay. I was just saying, councillors Ao, Christine, and other councillors, there are over 4,000 people who signed the petition to stop the development surrounding the HNA. Many others across the region, including elementary, secondary school teachers, staff, and students, some of whom are here this evening, are Protect the HNA group, the media voicing their concerns, and the constituents in wards 4 and 5 do not want the development encroaching upon the HNA. Those of you who are here this evening to protect the HNA, please stand. Oh, wow. Note that for each person here, that person represents many more who are against the development by the HNA. I will leave all of you with this one question. Do you support the development encroaching upon the HNA, or do you support those taxpayers in your wards who are against that development, who put you in those chairs this evening? Where do your loyalties lie? Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Any more questions, or?
I'm going to give the committee a second to see if there is any. Seeing none? No, that's fine.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you. And sorry for the interruption. I had to ask clarification because member of the committee wanted clarification of the points that you were making. Next up, we have Min Min Tong. Welcome, Min Min. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Bird Friendly City Kitchener. When the volunteer team was working on their application to have Kitchener certified bird friendly by Nature Canada, Huron Natural Area played a critical part. We emphasized the role Huron Natural Area has for a vast number of migratory and resident bird species. From common nighthawks and chimney swifts, which control biting insect populations, and 3 species of owls who balance rodent populations. Diminishing warblers like the blackpoll and prothonotary have been seen at HNA, the latter being a habitat specialist like the red-headed woodpecker, both rarities in our region and both founded in HNA. The prairie-like spaces zoned for development are and can be habitat for our grassland bird species, which nationwide are in a massive decline because of habitat destruction. It is exceptional that we have a place in Kitchener that has approximately 200 unique species of birds found in it. Expanding the boundaries of Huron Natural Area was the plan by the founders, and while it may have been ambitious, growing urban centers like Kitchener must realize that pitting our precious dwindling biodiversity and environment against housing, transit, and critical infrastructure is a fool's path. We cannot solve a housing crisis by promising developers single-family home sprawl over green belts and irreplaceable ecosystems. We can't solve a labor crisis by making an enemy of environmental protections. You cannot create a stable, healthy, productive population by destroying the nature vital for people's wellness in those very urban, suburban centers. Sustainable economic and population growth is a priority, do not mistake us, but it cannot be fueled by unfettered greed and complete of the fact that each and every one of us is accountable in our stewardship of the land and the lives we share it with. Kitchener should consider alternatives to the development zones. Our city is unbalanced with the amount of lots and buildings sitting vacant, unused, and contribute nothing to our economic growth, nor alleviating the housing needs we are all feeling the pressures of. The looming developments will benefit the wealthy few over the many who will be exponentially poorer, if not wiped out for it. Please protect and grow Huron Natural Area, secure its future and our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Min. We don't have any questions. Go ahead. Next up is Charlotte Cagillon. Charlotte, welcome. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor. Oh, Mayor's not here. Councillor and members of city staff. My name is Charlotte Gauguin, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to the development surrounding Huron Natural Area, in particular the proposed industrial development at 1700 Strasbourg Road, bordering Huron Natural Area and Astra Meadow Regeneration Area. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge something important. I'm a white Canadian woman, and my ancestors likely benefited from and perhaps even contributed to the genocide of Indigenous peoples in this country. So I view my presence here today as a small act of Indigenous reconciliation, using my voice and my privilege to speak for the land, the wildlife, and the generations who can no longer speak for themselves. And I want to ask each of you, what does Indigenous reconciliation truly mean to you? Is it reading a land acknowledgement? Is it wearing an orange shirt once a year? Is it checking a box before approving a development? Or is it taking tangible action that protects the very land Indigenous peoples once cared for and called sacred? Because reconciliation without action is not reconciliation at all, it's performance. And right now you have the opportunity to turn words into action. Just because a piece of land is zoned industrial does not mean it is empty. It does not mean there are no stories, no spirits, no remnants of those who came before us. The soil beneath this land holds history and life. During an archaeological dig along Strasbourg Creek, near the southern edge of Huron Natural Area, researchers uncovered evidence of major Indigenous settlement. They found more than 10 longhouses, along with pottery shards, pipes, spear tips, and arrowheads. Some of these artifacts are 500 years old, others as old as 4,500, and some date back even 9,000 years. The discovery of this is a powerful reminder that this land is not an empty space waiting to be developed. It's a sacred landscape layered with thousands of years of human history, and it deserves our protection, our reverence, and our care. And I want to commend this council for recently standing up to the province on Bill 5, which threatens to strip away environmental safeguards and silence Indigenous voices in local decision-making. Through Councillor Debbie Chapman and Paul Singh's motions, passed unanimously, you called on the province to fulfill its duty to consult Indigenous communities and to respect municipal autonomy when creating so-called special economic zones. You recognize that economic growth cannot come at the expense of the environment, of species at risk, or of Indigenous rights. As Councillor Singh said himself, we can't just have empty gestures for reconciliation. That same principle applies here tonight. The integrity you showed in opposing Bill 5 must also extend to the decisions you make within your own borders. Huron Natural Area is not just a park, it's a living classroom, a sanctuary for wildlife, and a place of spiritual refuge for countless people in this community. For me personally, it's been a place of healing. When I felt lost, disconnected, or overwhelmed by the world, walking through the park has helped me to feel like myself again and connect me to something bigger than myself. And there's ample research showing the benefits of time in nature, like improved mental health, lower stress levels, and reduced rates of addiction and depression. In a time when our society is struggling with mental illness and burnout, protecting green spaces is not a luxury, but a necessity. An investment in nature is an investment in public health. We often hear talk about balance between economy and environment, between progress and preservation, but there is no balance if we keep taking and never giving back. And in this case, We don't have to choose between the two. There's over 800,000 square feet of vacant industrial land within 2.5 kilometers of this site. If development is necessary, it can happen there without destroying irreplaceable ecosystems and sacred spaces. True reconciliation is not about words on paper. It's about restoring the land, honoring the past, and protecting the future. It's about saying we will not continue the cycle of exploitation that began centuries ago. As council members, you have the power to choose what legacy you leave behind. And I urge you as leaders, stewards, and human beings to reject this development. I ask that you let your vote be an act of true reconciliation and a message to the city that Kitchener does just not talk about reconciliation, but lives it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, can you come back? There's a question from Councillor Stretch. Councillor Stretch?
Yes, thanks, Charlotte. Thank you so much for coming in and delegating today. I'm just curious if you've consulted any Indigenous groups specifically for your delegation.
We did reach out to several. I don't have the specifics, but I know that they did not reach back to us. And so I felt that I would use my voice to speak on their behalf. But I'm not Indigenous, so I can't really speak for them.
Okay, and so you weren't able to reach out, so you're speaking just as Charlotte?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next we have Sloan Boudreau. Boudreau, that's right. Hello, Sloan.
To talk to you about turtles of Huron Natural Area and surroundings lands. I volunteered with a turtle hospital with my mom. We transported turtles that are injured to the turtle hospital, and we transported turtles that have been healing back to their home wetland. I feel like we really need to protect turtles as they are more at risk than other animals from impacts of roads and habitat loss. This is why today I would like to speak to you about why turtles are at risk and my fear of turtles with the development in the lands surrounding of Huron Natural Area. Turtles are important as they keep the wetland healthy. The greatest risk faced by turtles is habitat loss, road deaths, and nest destruction. Southern Ontario has the highest concentration and largest variant of turtle species in all of Canada. The province is home to 8 species of turtles, all which species at risk. One of these turtles on my slide is not native, but sometimes found in our wetland when people get rid of their pet turtles. Do you know which turtle species is it? It's a red ear slider. Do you know which turtle species is endangered in Ontario? It's the blending turtle. Didn't you know that it can take a turtle 59 to 60 years to replace itself in the population? I copied and pasted the turtle nesting habitat from the first environmental impact assessment into the province, the development, and I looked at like a lot of turtle nesting habitat will be lost. The original turtle nesting habitat have been highlighted in purple. You can see the free artificial nesting habitats on the created wetland, but these artificial nesting habitats are a lot smaller than the original turtle nesting habitats. Also, the EIA saw it in 97 destroy nests, turtle nests. But how many undisturbed nests were not counted? Turtles are very good at hiding their nests. Thank you for listening to my speech. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Sloan. You did really well, and those were some really interesting information and points that a lot of us probably didn't know about. So thank you for that. Councillor Owoduni, you had some questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in. We do appreciate it. I just want to, what injures the turtles again? Do you mind just helping us with that?
Well, I think they're very important because I feel like, turtles, they're nice, they swim,
What's your favorite turtle, by the way? You showed us several pictures earlier on.
Probably the blending turtle.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you so much. It's very informative. Next, we have Greg Johnson.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Greta, and I would like to speak about how we can protect turtle nesting habitat in the city of Kitchener and the land surrounding Huron Natural Area. We need to implement turtle conservation plans, and this begins with sustainable, eco-conscious city planning. This means cities need to balance city growth with environmental sustainability, prioritizing immediate financial gains over actions that protect the environment for future generations in Kitchener leads to issues with pollution, resource depletion, and long-term financial underperformance. Therefore, the environmentally sustainable path forward for the City of Kitchener would involve the following: integrate sustainability into the City of Kitchener's business strategy, align financial incentive and environmental performance, encourage long-term investment and involve stakeholders. Now, what would this sustainable path forward look like in regards to the land surrounding Huron Natural Area? For integrating sustainability into the City of Kitchener's business strategy, we can look at the City of Brampton, who offset developmental impacts by restoring 4 wetlands along the Etobicoke Creek watershed. The projects have restored over 7,500 acres of wetland. This wetland restoration has engaged over 8,000 volunteers, and the conservation efforts have created over 1,000 green jobs. The City of Kitchener could add inclusions for turtle protection by integrating mitigation measures such as wildlife crossings and fencing into our official plan. As you can see in the background of the slide, this is an image of a wildlife crossing, and to the right is the inside of the wildlife crossing. An example of aligning financial incentive and environmental performance would be when the city provides the developers with incentives to develop old industrial sites rather than developing green land. If green land is developed, as is the case with 1700 Strasbourg Road, then a stewardship responsibility trust could be created, whereby the developer contributes to the ongoing long-term stewardship of the wetlands and the turtle habitat, and could include donating land to an organization like Rare Charitable Research Reserve, who can ensure the long-term stewardship on the land. An example of long-term investment is if the City of Kitchener commits to choosing companies that demonstrate strong environmental governance practices. The City of Kitchener, Gateman Malloy, and Activa could support local recovery efforts for the Blanding turtles and ongoing stewardship to other turtle species in the Huron Natural Area and surrounding lands. We can look at the great work and collaboration that the City of Hamilton, City of Burlington, and the Royal Botanical Gardens have created in Cootes Paradise and the Escarpment Eco Park system. The RBG, along with the 2 cities, is collecting data on the turtles to mitigate threats and improve long-term survival of all turtle species. They are tagging and tracking Blanding turtles in order to find nests and protect them. They are also creating special protection areas where public access has been removed to protect the nests. Lastly, we can involve stakeholders, the citizens of Kitchener, customers of Gateman Malloy and Activa, and their employees will benefit if the cities and companies consider their long-term impact and create market-based incentives for more ecologically sustainable practices. Just imagine the headlines in social media publicity if the developers and the City of Kitchener protected the turtle habitat in the land surrounding Huron Natural Area. Headlines like, developers Gateman Malloy and Activa, along with the City of Kitchener, protect turtle nesting habitat in the land surrounding Huron Natural Area. Samuel the Blanding turtle returns to Huron Natural Area. What headlines would you like to see? Thank you.
If you can hold on for a second, I but I do have one for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you to Salome as well. I understand the protections that you do want to create for the wildlife, especially in the Huron Natural Area. It sounds understood. The development application with the way it's being proposed does include a corridor around as a buffer along the Huron Natural Area. Does that not provide the space that you're pointing out to?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's enough, because we will be destroying 3 wetlands and creating 1 wetland. And is that 1 wetland going to be enough? And what are the implications of that 1 wetland on, say, the chimney crayfish that the professor mentioned? How is that going to impact that environment for them?
No, I understand that. That's the final question, and I think this includes some of the other delegates as well, is the development application is related to a subdivision application, a draft plan subdivision. The zoning is there to proceed towards development for industrial. It could be a large industrial site that's a single site without being subdivided into multiple lots. With the way the proposal is being put forward, it's allowing us to work with the developer to create that buffer, to create that safe zone for the wildlife. Is that not a trade-off? That's my question to you.
Well, that's a good question, and I'm hoping that the environmental impact assessment they completed answers that, but it's at what cost to the wildlife in that area?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your delegation again. Next, we have Barry Grant. Come on up, Barry. Barry, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you so much.
Good evening, members of council, staff, and fellow residents. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. I'm here because the proposed industrial development beside the Huron Natural Area isn't just an environmental issue, it's an economic one. And I'd like to explain why this project is expensive, unnecessary, and short-sighted. We don't lack industrial land. First, let's be clear, we are not running out of industrial space. Recent market reports show that industrial vacancy and availability in Kitchener are rising. Currently around 7%, the second highest in southwestern Ontario, with a growth rate of -9%. That may sound small, but in industrial real estate terms, that's millions of square feet already sitting empty or available. Before we cut down another tree or pave another meadow, we should ask, why are we adding more industrial land when so much is already vacant? The true cost of the proposed site. The site we're talking about, 1700 Strasbourg Road, the Strasbourg Technology Business Park, would carve out roughly 40 acres beside one of Kitchener's most loved green spaces. That's 10 industrial blocks pressed right up against the wetlands, forests, and trails that make the Huron Natural Area so valuable. And those costs don't stop at construction. They include no roads and stormwater systems, increased traffic and road wear, and long-term maintenance that will fall to taxpayers, not the developers. Add to the loss of natural capital, the flood protection, clean air, biodiversity, and mental health value that Huron Natural Area provides every day for free. And this becomes a very expensive way to lose something priceless. We already have alternatives. In Q2 2025, vacancy and availability reached 5.9% with about negative 300,000 square feet of negative absorption, meaning more space became vacant than was leased. Within a 2.5 kilometer radius of the subject lands, over 800,000 square feet of industrial space was available for lease or sale. Of the whopping 10 available properties, the largest is 530 Manitou Drive at the corner of Manitou and Homer Watson. which has over 350,000 square feet of industrial space and has been on the market for over a year. A close runner-up is 1 kilometer northwest at 120 Bullock Street, at the corner of Homer Watson and Bleems, which still has 220,000 square feet available for lease and has been on the market for over 550 days. Once, we could fill those first, creating jobs and tax revenue without destroying a natural area. It's a smarter, cheaper, and greener approach. The kind of decision the city is known for when we think long-term. Once we pave over land, we don't get it back. Natural spaces like Huron aren't just parks. They're living systems that save the city money every single year in flood prevention, cooling, and recreation. If the market is softening and vacancy is rising, the fiscally responsible thing to do is infill and redevelop what we already have. That's how we grow smart, not just big. So tonight, I'm asking council to stop this expansion. Let's require a full independent cost-benefit review, and let's prioritize the reuse of vacant industrial land before sacrificing our most valuable green space. Because once it's gone, it's gone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Barry. Don't see any questions from the committee, so thanks again for presenting. We have next up Bazana Corday. Welcome, Bazana. Thank you for presenting. Are you presenting together? Okay, not a problem. Go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Bożena Kordek. I thank you for the opportunity to be here and represent the wild animals we are sharing the planet with, and who are voiceless, and who couldn't be present in the room to speak up for themselves. I would like to share with you my experience about area where I have been lived for 33 years in Country Hill Drive, not far from the Huron natural area. The place where I live used to be part of the forest. The forest was cut down to build my building. My balcony faced the playing ground and a small forest with a little stream. I used to hear all day, all night, wild animals activity. They were communicating each other, calling to each other like humans do. Sometimes in the evening, mostly actually, the raccoons family could come to the playing ground and play on swings and merry-go-round. The adults and kids enjoy watching the animals having fun. The forest was not only home for the raccoons, but also another animals like skunks, possums, turtles, frogs, and others. But them on Homer, Watson, and Block Lane were filled where lots of animals, wild animals lived. They started building. They built a school, a community center, a lot of apartment building and houses. Every day I went to work on the bus, I could see their mothers and their babies running all over the street between the cars, panicked and confused. And I would see a lot of fox, deer, raccoons, groundhog, and others with running, they didn't know where to go. Their home was taken by human needs. I started to notice more and more dead animals on the road, many times even pregnant mothers, raccoons. Now there is no there isn't much activity in the forest around my building, and I don't hear the animals talking to each other. Now there is only silence. I also used to see many hummingbirds who would come to the flowers on my balcony, but it is been 10 years since I have seen them. My neighbors used to have a hummingbird feeder on the balcony, but now she doesn't see them anymore neither. As animal lover, and it's heartbreaking to me see what human activity is doing to wildlife around us. We have to remember that the planet belongs to not only humans, but also for other animals. Nature doesn't need humans, but humans need nature. We should protect our fellow animals, not destroy their homes. There is many empty places that we can use for our needs without harming wild animals. The Huron area, natural area, is a beautiful place, not only for animals, but for humans too. People enjoy spending time in that peaceful place with their families. We all love the sea turtles, deers, ducks, frogs, and others. And they are good for us. I don't want them disappear like the animals in my neighborhood. I don't want them be silenced. Please protect the land around Huron area, natural area for the animals and for us. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's everything. Questions? We have Mo Markham. No questions.
Okay.
Next, we have Mo Markham.
Yes. So I have slides, and I don't know how that works. So, okay. And do I change them, or? This? Okay. I have the power. Thank you. Thank you, councilors and staff, for having me tonight. I'm here to oppose both housing and industrial development around the Huron Natural Area. As a very concerned citizen and as a representative of the nonprofit I co-organize, Waterloo Region Climate Initiatives. We've already lost far too many wild animals, and we've lost entire wild species. We can't afford to lose more. So here, this slide is from Cornell University, a study from 2019 that found that at that time, we'd lost nearly 3 billion birds in North America since 1970. More than a quarter of migratory birds. So the Toronto Entomologists Association says that Canada has perhaps more wilderness than any other country on this planet, but most of these large wild areas are in the north, where species diversity is relatively low. It's in the localized threatened habitats of southern Canada where most endangered butterfly species are found, and it is these habitats in particular that need protection. Every local, provincial, or national park established will help ensure the preservation of some or many butterfly species. That's us. That's the Huron Natural Area here in Kitchener, and we need to protect and not allow it to be destroyed. So as others have said, turtles are also in decline, including the blanding turtles like the HNA's mascot, Samuel. Wild mammals are also disappearing quite quickly, large and small, as our human population increases and interferes with and destroys their habitat. Only about 4% of the biomass, so like basically the weight of the mammals left on the planet, are wild. I'm going to show you some of the animal friends who have just been recorded recently by the visitors at the Huron Natural Area. These are some of the birds that have been recorded. These are some of the mammals. Some of the moths and butterflies. And some of the amphibians. These are all, have been all noted in the past year. Habitat fragmentation is when parts of a habitat are destroyed, leaving behind, sorry, my glasses don't work for this, but I'm having a hard time reading it. Leaving behind smaller, unconnected areas, and it's a well-known way to kill off animals, birds, amphibians, and the other creatures we share the planet with. We are aware of the corridors that have been noted and the buffers. That still isn't enough. What we need is large spaces for wild animals, and we're not going to have that if we allow this development. Parks Canada says that habitat fragmentation changes and breaks up the native habitats and results in making them less able to support native populations of plants and animals. There's no going back. Extinction is forever. These animals and birds may not all be in danger of being gone from the earth forever at this moment in time, but every single time a government body votes against them, they get closer to that. Just the construction itself will disrupt and likely kill many of them. The science is clear. We know that there are other places for these options, other options for these places. And I don't see any really good reason for these developments to happen. We're privileged to walk through the homes of these wild animals, and I think we need to protect them. I hope that you choose to protect them rather than destroy their homes.
Thank you for your presentation. We do have a question, Councillor Odu.
I'm sorry, did you have a question?
I can go ahead. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in. I just wanted clarity. Thanks for those pictures. Very helpful in terms of the birds and the different animals in the Huron Natural Area. But do we know exactly where those animals or birds are? Are they within this area?
Yes, so the, if I can go back to the slides, I can show you what the website was. Sorry, can I go back to the slides? Sorry, okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. So the website is one where people note animals that they've seen and where they've seen them. Sometimes they say just Kitchener. I didn't post any of those, but I just posted the ones that had been seen specifically in the Huron Natural Area in Kitchener in the past year.
Right, I think what the clarity was, is it in the area that this current development is being proposed, or is it within just the Huron Natural Area itself?
It was in the Huron Natural Area. The animals and the birds don't know where the park ends and the development starts. They were in the Huron Natural Area. It's all connected, and the wetlands are connected, and these animals are not going to just stay in one little particular area. That's how we destroy their habitat, is by fragmenting it, and that's the concern here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's it now for questions. Next we have Luca Angod and Ray Angod.
Register for the delegation. I requested a joint 10-minute delegation. Is that possible, or should we do it separate 5-5?
It's down here is for 10.
10? Okay, thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready, buddy. I'll take this.
Hello, my name is Luca Angod. I am a grade 6 student at Brigadoon. I have a question about this proposed development. What is the plan for coyotes? Coyotes are locally significant species because they are one of the only predators that eat rodents. They are scarce in this region. They were observed on this site. Coyote droppings were found throughout the area. So it's safe to say that land is a habitat and food source for coyotes. If these lands are developed and the coyotes' habitat and food sources are taken away, where will they go? Will they go west into the Huron Natural Area? Will they be on our trails? Or will they cross the street east and enter Huron Heights High School? Is this a safety concern for students? Will coyotes be hit by cars on Strasburg? Will they go south on to the upcoming residential buildings? Is this a safety concern for new residents? Will coyotes get hit by cars on Huron? Will they go southwest into backyards? Are pets such as cats and small dogs in danger? Unfortunately, this is a real problem that Oakville has been dealing with. People are afraid to walk their dogs outside because of coyotes. People have been attacked while walking their pets outside. Dogs have been killed in backyards by coyotes. Even children have been attacked and bitten by coyotes. And it's not the coyotes that are the problem. The problem is that their habitat and food sources are being taken away. What do you expect them to do? What's the plan? This is a map of 7 coyote attacks on humans in Burlington. Luckily, I couldn't find a map like this for Kitchener, and coyote attacks do not seem as common here as other parts of Ontario. We already have a solution for coyote attacks that costs nothing. Leave their habitat and food sources alone. But if we destroy 40 acres of coyote habitat, maybe there will be maps like this one for our city. Is this how you would like Kitchener to be shown on the news? Would none of you feel guilty if someone got hurt because of a decision you made? There are no plans for the city about how to deal with the loss of habitat and food sources for coyotes. How can the city approve this development if there are no plans to deal with the consequences? Isn't the city responsible for planning and thinking ahead to the future generations? If the developers haven't proposed a plan, the city should not approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ray, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ray Angod, and I've analyzed the Environmental Impact Study, or the EIS, and today I want to highlight some of the inconsistencies. Thank you. Please note that I included page numbers for each of my points so that you can fact check my work. The first inconsistency is about the grasshopper sparrow habitat. The grasshopper sparrow is listed as a species of special concern provincially and federally. Grasshopper sparrows prefer to live in grasslands and prairies. When discussing their habitat, the authors of the EIS wrote that they live in a succeeding field that will in time naturally become unsuitable for the grasshopper sparrow if unmaintained, as shrubs and trees establish. Their conclusion is the removal of this field will not have a significant negative impact on the overall habitat of the species. In other words, their habitat will eventually be crowded out by trees, so no mitigative measures are needed. However, just 10 pages earlier in the report, the same authors made a case against the subject lands regenerating. Here they stated, the absence of the topsoil layer as a result of clearing the subject lands over 30 years ago is evidently affecting natural revegetation in the area due to the lack of diversity and mature growth, i.e. trees. So which one is it? Will trees grow here or not? This contradicts the notion that this habitat will be unsuitable over time. The second inconsistency is about how turtle nesting is reported. And before I get into the details, I'd just like to look at these 2 photos. On the left is an undisturbed nest. On the right is a depredated nest, which means it was raided by a predator and eggs were eaten. It's pretty easy to spot a depredated nest as a large hole in the ground with nearby scattered eggshells. But how do surveyors spot and count undisturbed, healthy nests? The answer is they don't. Here's a quote from a biologist who is familiar with surveying turtle nests. Turtles bury their nests and often cover them so effectively you don't even know that they're there. When we see evidence of turtle nesting like this, depredated, it's safe to assume that there are more nests. The surveys in the study could only count the depredated nests because they are visible. So how many undisturbed turtle nests are on these subject lands? That is unknowable. You cannot count what you cannot see. This is a crucial point. Let me emphasize it. The surveys could only count depredated nests, and it's unknown how many undisturbed nests are here. But let's look at how the authors of the EIS interpreted the survey findings. They wrote, depredation of all nests validates that the subject lands are an ecological sink for turtle nesting. It follows that significant wildlife habitat, turtle nesting area, is not present within the subject lands. Did you catch that? Only depredated nests were reported, but the authors concluded that all nests were depredated. The authors also concluded that snapping turtles, which is a special species of conservation concern in Ontario, are also not successfully nesting here. This is not aligned with the surveyor's report that snapping turtle nesting has been confirmed on site in 2015 and again in 2018. The author's faulty premise that all turtle nests were depredated drives them to the questionable conclusion that turtle nesting is not present on the subject lands. The third inconsistency is in a letter sent from the EIS authors to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, asserting that the wetlands on the subject lands should not be complexed or folded in to the PSW in the HNA. One of the reasons the authors gave the ministry is that no provincially or regionally significant species were documented in wetlands 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not quite what the surveyors reported. They wrote a total of 20 bird species, including the grasshopper sparrow, are considered to be regionally significant were observed. Pictured here are 3 of these birds, the American redstart, the pine warbler, the grasshopper sparrow, all of which exhibited probable signs of breeding. In this letter, the EIS authors did not report the degree of ecological sensitivity of these lands in order to influence a decision to not include these wetlands in the HNA. The fourth and final inconsistency is found in the same letter to the ministry. It's in regard to habitat connectivity. Here's a map of the subject lands. You can see wetland 5 on the left, which is in the HNA. You can see wetland 6 at the top, which is a stormwater management pond. And you can visually see how wetlands 1 and 4 form a natural path. However, the authors state in their letter to the ministry that wetlands 1, 2, 3, 4 do not provide a corridor link. The surveyors, however, reported a different conclusion based on their field work and their observations, that both wetland 1 and wetland 4 are moving corridors for turtles. As such, the authors of the EIS misrepresented the habitat connectivity of these wetlands. In conclusion, there are multiple inconsistencies in the EIS and does not actually portray the current environmental state of the subject lands. As such, I encourage the Planning Committee to question the validity of the EIS and not accept it in its current form. A decision should be deferred until these inconsistencies are further investigated. Again, I provided the EIS page numbers for all of my points, and I welcome you to fact-check my work and follow up with the appropriate parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Seeing no questions, I'll just mention to you, I will be asking questions of staff related to the M&R studies that were required is for the draft plan of subdivision application. Would the same studies be necessitated if the developer or applicant chooses to proceed with development in their ownership as a site as a whole, as opposed to the individual divisions of different parcels? So that may give us clarity of what options are even before council in our hands as to what to do with it, with the prescribed land. So just outlining what the questions we'll be asking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next we have Carly Roth. Welcome, Carly. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to read a couple lines from A Chickadee Feeling, my childhood book by Frank Glue, who is also the co-founder of Huron Natural Area. He writes the story of a mother taking her child to a forest and the special experience that follows. A trusting little chickadee landed beside me on the branch of a shrub where it watched me carefully. It hopped through the bushes toward me. I stood as still as a bird feeder. The little chickadee hopped cautiously closer. I was excited. It looked at the seeds. It looked at me. Our eyes seemed to lock onto each other. And then it happened. The little bird landed on my hand. I got a strange, tingling feeling stretching from my fingers to the tips of my toes. I was surprised and happy at the same time. The chickadee and I were one. At Huron, I have had multiple chickadee feelings, experiences in nature that make you audibly gasp or freeze, your eyes widen, and you cannot believe what is in front of you. I'd like to share one with you today. After a heavy day at work, I knew what I needed. I had to go to Huron because every time I go, unlike other trails in the region, I always see some kind of wildlife. It's a guarantee at Huron with its current biodiversity. That evening, I went to the boardwalk by the wetlands right next to the proposed development site. I saw a gorgeous green heron hunting for fish. It started to get dark and the coyotes started to yip, so I was about to head home, and that's when I saw a furry mammal swimming. I assumed it was a muskrat because I so often see them here, but then it clambered onto the shore, and due to its enormous size and very distinct tail, I realized it was a beaver. Adult beavers can weigh up to 100 pounds. As I was taking in the sheer size of this adorable beast of an animal, a second beaver appeared out of nowhere and nuzzled into the other's neck. They began preening each other's fur right there in front of me. The heaviness of my day vanished. Now, I should mention that when I was a kid, I literally jumped out of a canoe in Algonquin to try and see a beaver inside of a beaver lodge. To no avail. When I was camping up north over the last few summers, I'd go out each evening to places where I saw beaver lodges. And yet, it was right here at Huron in Kitchener where I ended up coming face to face with cuddling beavers at dusk. Today, when I stand in the same spot on that same boardwalk, to my left, I see where the beavers thrive, and to my right, I see their fate, the developer's fence and sign saying trail closed. I have heard people say that Huron Natural Area is protected land and the land bordering it is separate, and that there will be a small buffer. But birds and beavers don't know borders. Biodiversity needs space. That's a fact. 2 weeks ago, the organization I work for took a group of Laurier students to Huron Natural Area, and they got to live out the exact story in Huron Natural Area co-founder Frank Glue's book. These university students' faces lit up when a chickadee landed on their hands. During midterm week, they got to experience a chickadee feeling and its subsequent mental health benefits. They were horrified when I walked them 10 steps over to the gate and told them that soon this is where the construction would begin. Ever since I learned that this development may be happening, when I go to Huron, I am filled with grief. I look around me. I look around me and I quietly say goodbye to all that it currently is. But as I look out across the water, amidst my grief, I really try to hold out hope. I remind myself that the city I've called home all my life is committed to smart growth, protecting our environment, and listening to the community. When the fear and grief hit me, I trust that you, as City Council, will not cave to the pressure from developers' empty promises, which have plagued our city with for lease signs everywhere. I try to believe that tonight and November 10th will not be the nights we look back on and regretfully recall they were the nights when the emptiness began. Thank you. And if I may, I'd also like to respond to Councillor Stretch's previous question, I'd like to add on to what I shared that I did reach out to local Indigenous leaders, including the artists whose work is featured at Huron Natural Area. All folks that I spoke with are vocally against this development.
Thank you very much. There's no questions. Next, we have Julie Najad.
Good evening. My name is Julie Najar, and I'm here on behalf of the students and staff at St. Mark Elementary School in Kitchener. In addition to my role as school librarian, I co-facilitate our school's Eco Club. After reading local author Frank Glue's book, Samuel's Most Important Message, and learning about the proposed development around the Huron Natural Area, students in this club wondered how they too could raise awareness about the impact the proposed development could have on wildlife and the dangers of destroying habitat. In addition to creating posters, which they put up on the walls around the school, they visited each class from grades 1 to 8 and did a presentation highlighting a few of the animals that could be affected. They then left an unofficial petition, which they created, with each class and asked students to write their first name if they wanted to help stop this development. We also had a sheet for staff to sign. My original plan was to submit these petitions. However, due to issues of privacy, we were unable to submit the signed petition sheets as we were not aware that they would be accessible by the public. So I'm speaking to you this evening to share the results of this HNA campaign. Of the 325 students in grades 1 to 8 who heard the presentation, 220 signed the petition. That's more than 67% of our students. And of the 42 staff members, 36 signed, which is more than 85%. To sum up, the vast majority of students and staff at St. Mark's School are asking that you reconsider this development around the Huron Natural Area. Students may only make up 20% of the population, but they are 100% of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. There's no questions. Next, we have Chantel Styler. Hi, Chantel, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to share a statement on behalf of Frank Glue regarding the Huron Natural Area. We need to protect the land we have and acquire more to complete the original plan for Huron Natural Area. I was one of the 2 founders of Huron Natural Area and helped write the original mission statement. It focused on enhancing the ecological integrity of the area and to make sure only environmentally sustainable businesses were allowed on the perimeter. The opposite seems to be evolving. The city sold a large parcel of land to Gateman Malloy on the east side of the park. Also, the city sat quietly by while a huge southern parcel of land was exchanged to Activa. Most people think the city owns that land going out to the Huron Road. This land was always intended to be part of the park. Who are the decision makers that allowed this to happen? Without this land, the park is greatly diminished. The integrity of the park will be destroyed if this parcel of land is developed. And what's going on the east side? The park is threatened on all sides now. This was not intended by the original planners, and it is not the will of the people. It appears to be the old, inevitable, nature-destroying story of development winning over our environment. I think the city has failed to improve the ecological integrity by losing land. They need to take this mission statement to heart and use it as the main guideline instead of catering to development and making money by selling land. I have many comments from our change.org petition to stop the development surrounding Huron Natural Area, and I won't take I won't have enough time to get through them all, but there are a couple I will read. There's so many. We depend on the City of Kitchener to make decisions that preserve our environment and health, not just clear the way for developers to make money. Rick B. from Kitchener. Another supporter writes, I'm a regular trail walker at Huron Natural Area, 3 to 4 times a week. It's one of the very few trails in the city that I feel safe walking alone. That area is so very special, not just for its natural beauty, but its Indigenous significance and history, its unique geographic terrain, and the diverse flora and fauna. Every morning I walk there, I stop and admire something that caught my eye, whether a very old, tall tree, a flowering plant, or even a garter snake warming itself on the path. On weekends, very early, you can hear the sounds of the forest, but during the week, those sounds are drowned out by local industry and traffic. Kitchener is so very fortunate to have Huron Natural Area, and once we destroy any part of it, there's no going back. As others have said, there are far more suitable locations to build. And this was less from Waterloo, actually. Another supporter says, please don't develop this area. It's home to many animals and amazing creatures who would have nowhere else to live. The planet belongs to other species besides humans, too. Christine from Cambridge. Green space is key to healthy and happy citizens. Sky from Kitchener. As our population grows, it's vital to protect and nurture the precious natural areas we have left for our children and future generations. Put industrial development in areas already destroyed, such as the many exhausted idle gravel pits around our region, or other existing vacant industrial sites within less than a 2.5-kilometer radius of the area. Don't take the lazy shortcut instead and jeopardize the precious natural jewel we have left. They can't be replaced. Anna from Kitchener. We are in a climate crisis which world leaders are not prioritizing to address. The more natural area we destroy through man-made development, the more we accelerate and contribute to climate change through destruction of mature trees and forests. We also destroy biodiversity by destroying natural habitats. Amanda from Kitchener. And I'll just finish with a quote by Robin Wall Kimmerer, one of my heroes. She says, she's a very wise woman who is very wise in Western science as well as Indigenous teachings. She says, where did I put it? Okay. When an economic system actively destroys what we love, isn't it time for a different system? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chantel. There are no questions. Next, we have Nina D. Hi, Nina. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Nina Deeb. I've studied real estate and land for 31 years. The most surprising thing with this subdivision is to discover the property wasn't a part of the Huron Natural Area. The gravel trail that's being replaced by the gravel trail was an access, and that gravel trail, I walk through this Huron Natural Area all the time. I neighbor the property. My property backs onto one of the storm water management ponds. And in addition to being surprised about what wasn't part of the Huron Natural Area, I sell real estate, but I don't sell parks. So I have never looked into who owns what. But because of this development, I looked into who owns what property. I was very surprised to find that between this property and my property, I thought it was just the Huron Natural Area, but there's actually a 34-acre parcel that's in private hands between that I'm sure everybody here likely believed was part of this Huron Natural Area. I commend the city for putting this area together for the citizens of Kitchener. It's a treasure, and it's something that we could invest further into. And I am specifically looking at this 34 acres as something that the city should be acquiring. And I'm not sure where your plans are about properties to be acquiring, to be expanding the HNA, but the HNA is it's one of our gems, and I highly recommend acquiring this property for the citizens. What I can tell you about Huron Natural Area, the school trips that come to this property. The Board of Education pond is within this property for a good reason. We named it that for a good reason. The school trips come here. I've been to the HNA with my children on school trips, and the wildlife that exists in the Huron Natural Area, the largest snapping turtle I have ever seen is in the Huron Natural Area. And I would say I've seen hundreds of animals, birds. I saw 4 blue herons together, and I saw a white owl. So it's very important to preserve this investment that you started for us and to build on it. When the gravel trail was lost, we heard from the students from Huron Heights Secondary School. My children attended that school as well, and I can tell you that was the access point for them to run in the park. One of my children is a photographer and was in the park all the time taking pictures of wildlife and different vegetation and the different turtles. It's the matters of provincial interest. I read all the documentation that was submitted, and what I noticed is the comments regarding matters of provincial interest, the provincial policy statement 2024, streamlining the province-wide land use planning policy. The PPS enables municipalities to increase housing supply and protect agricultural land. That's what is stated in the documentation. I strongly disagree that the provincial policy statement enables either one of those things. It does not enable housing. As a housing expert, our housing starts in Ontario are the lowest they've been since World War II. So the provincial policy statement certainly isn't working as far as enabling housing, and it's not protecting agricultural land. It was regressive in the protections for agricultural land. So I thank you for having me here today, and in closing, I would like to advocate for the expansion of the Huron Natural Area and specifically that property for now. But that is my advice, and hope if you have any questions, I will try and answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. There are no questions. Thanks for your presentation. We have Leon Burrell. Leon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Leon Boreal. I'm with Protect Huron Natural Area. Much of what I would have said today is covered by previous delegates, so I will say something briefer. And it's a bit philosophical, so bear with me. Humans won the food chain on this planet. We've won. All other animals depend on us to be kind to them in order to continue to exist. But that's not only it. It's not just that it's kind to them to let them continue to exist. It's useful for us. It's beneficial for us. With more diversity, it cleans the air, it cleans our water, and it makes our food healthier. The loss of biodiversity, I don't know if you're aware, if any of you have a CO2 monitor, but I do. CO2 levels, ambient CO2 levels 200 years ago used to be about 300 parts per million. Now they're approaching 500. Now they're approaching 500, and that's outside. Human brain activity, our intelligence decreases when we are in carbon environments higher than 700 parts per million. What happens in a century when we're all a little bit dumber because we've let carbon get out of the way or go too high? We need to use our land like our entire planet as our home. And I know that's difficult in many different ways. But my point is, as set by the precedent in the 90s by the people who protected these lands, we can do so again. We can expand Huron Natural Area instead of letting it shrink. And in doing so, we not only lower ambient temperatures in Kitchener directly, we improve air quality for Kitchener just a little bit, but measurably, directly. We also improve education for all our students who love animals. We can be wiser with the way we use our land and not just let it be snipped away for money. And if we do let it be snipped away for money, it better be worth it. Because as Delegate Barry mentioned, there are plenty of places this could go, and this is not needed. This is, in fact, all this energy and time went to cut down these forests and cut down these lands and develop it and flatten it when there's so many empty lands that could be used way easier. It's just silly to me. And I'll cut it right there. It's just silly to me to trim this anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liam. Next, we have our final delegate for the evening. It's Matthew Begia. Matthew, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
All right. I guess being the last delegate, I'd like to take the time to sort of go over all the different points that came up, just sort of as a recap. We've had people talk about there's so much bird watching happening at Huron Natural Area, or the land crayfish that appears only there and in one other place in the entire region, or at least Kitchener. That chickadee feeling that you get when you have animals, wild or otherwise, approaching you, just naturally treating you like they're their own neighbor. Coming face to face with some of the most impressive animals that Southern Ontario has to offer, all in one single area right in our backyards. Or the health benefits of nature's walks. It's true, there's so many different options with it. And I actually work in the area around Huron Park. I sometimes go there just to take a walk, or when I get off the bus to go to my business, I'll go past the pond and I'll see a heron just there because it's the early morning, fishing for its food. Sometimes I'll wave hi and it'll say, I don't like that, and fly away, of course. But it's very nice just walking into all these different animals. I think I've seen 10 different birds, and that's just in that small pond. So to hear that there's over 191 species is an amazing achievement that Kitchener ought to protect. This area that they're talking about, it may not look pretty, but that doesn't matter to an animal who calls it home. Home doesn't have to be pretty. We all know that. Home has to be somewhere that we feel welcomed and that we feel like we are safe. To put up this fence that is in the current area does not make these animals feel safe and does not help any of the people living in the area, as mentioned earlier, who have to walk through this area just to get to where they can feel safe, where they can connect with nature. It prevents the students from going to their school, prevents the animals from just going to another tree that they wanted to take shelter in. I feel like there's also a big missed opportunity with all the different buildings that we could be using or the areas that we could be utilizing. My work has various locations all over Kitchener, and I've gotten to experience just how many different areas are being underutilized, whether it be through derelict parking that could be repurposed into other buildings, or just simply the buildings themselves that have been vacant for multiple years. It seems that to build 10 spots here does not offer the same benefit as using the possibly hundreds of different buildings that could be built or that are already built but aren't being utilized at this time. And to take away from this Huron Natural Area, which is a lovely place just to sit back and relax with nature, I feel like that would be a travesty for Kitchener. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There were no questions. It has been a long night. Oh, Councillor Johnson. Okay. Staff, let's take a couple-minute bio break. And then we'll reconvene, say, 2 minutes. I know it'll be 5, but I'm saying 2 minutes. All right, thank you. This is not the only item. We have another discussion item after this. So the committee and staff still have a very long night ahead of us. Members of the committee, thank you for your patience to hold back on questions of clarification, as well as being able to ask questions of the applicant directly. I'll ask if the applicant's representatives, so there they are, yes. If you guys can come forward, and committee members can key in to ask questions of them first. And after that, if you still have more additional clarification questions or something that you want of staff, you can ask questions of staff after. Okay. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Some of the delegates were suggesting that maybe an industrial site of this sort could be placed elsewhere. Does the owner of the property have properties elsewhere that could be used for maybe not 10 properties altogether, but to build industrial sites?
Through the chair, so if I understand the question correctly, you're wondering about developing or that there's other industrial land available and why this site, is that correct?
No, that you're the owner of this property owns, that it could be used to develop industrial sites instead of adjacent to the Huron Natural Area.
So this is a property that was previously sold by the city as industrial land and successfully purchased by the current owner. A lot of work has gone into the proposed draft plan of subdivision and looking at dividing the land into 10 lots versus, one large industrial user, which could have located and only been subject to a building permit application. So the considerations are, the subject land that's before us this evening, and developing it into 10 lots and blocks. There were conditions within the sale of the land about McBrien having to be connected through that just led to a logical draft plan layout, and then the creation of smaller lots versus one larger industrial development. So that's a bit of the background as to how we got here today and perhaps why 10 blocks were designed. And then a lot of that came out of the environmental work and the engineering work to design the site and make sure that it could appropriately function, provided the natural buffers, protected the adjacent area and that type of thing. So I'm not sure that entirely answers your question, but that's how we got here today.
Okay, well, it didn't entirely answer because I was asking if you had other properties that you could be developing into this industrial land. If the owner of the properties adjacent to Huron Natural Area, whether they owned other properties around the city or the region that could be developed as industrial sites.
Yeah, certainly. I guess Mike could speak to that better about other properties, but the nature of the application either way is what's in front of you today.
Okay, that's fair. My question is the organization that did the environmental assessment here, are they with you? Oh, you did.
That was me.
Yeah, so I just wondered if you could respond to some of the questions that were asked.
Sorry, wait, do you mind speaking a little closer to your...
I just wondered if you could respond to some of the concerns that were raised about the environmental assessment and the inconsistencies that were highlighted.
Could you repeat that for me?
Questions about inconsistencies for the environmental study that were raised by the previous delegation.
So you want me to explain, respond to those persons' comments?
One of the delegates specified as they viewed the report, they felt that there were inconsistencies in the report. Obviously, your findings of the report are as they're written, and have been validated by our staff. Councillor Chapman is saying, do you have a comment back to that delegate that did not agree with your findings?
Yeah, so, okay, so I could talk about the grasshopper sparrow comment. That species was not in any of the wetlands. It's a grassland bird. So I think that specific comment was in relation to the wetlands being removed. That was not found in the wetlands. That's the grassland in the southern portion of the property. The turtle nesting, I guess the point to take away from the turtle nesting is that, so first of all, there was a map showing turtle nest observations, and then there was a map, they did studies over 2 or 3 years. There's another map showing predated nests, and it showed a very, very high level of predation. And the protocols that are used are the ones that are accepted by the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks for surveying for these species in the province. So they're not perfect, but they're the best that we have available. It's an approved protocol from the government. And the outcome of those surveys were very high nest predation on the site. The last one, connectivity. Did I get that?
Yep.
The connectivity between the wetlands. So that is the purpose of our corridor connecting from this created wetland through an eco passage, which some of the delegates spoke about being a beneficial thing, which is what we're including in the proposal here, up along the northern edge of the property and to that stormwater pond 6. So that is the connection that we are providing. I don't see an inconsistency there. Yeah.
That's fine. Councillor Chapman, I think your time is up. Do you have any follow-up or? Okay. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I'm not a professional in availability of industrial lands, et cetera. So I am curious, there was a few delegates that indicated that there isn't a demand for industrial land and these lands, possibly wouldn't be used. So I guess my question to you would be, just to respond to those folks who have an understanding, what is going to be different about the proposed development here that you think will be utilized and not sit vacant?
Through the chair, thinking of that question during the previous delegations, comparing different land that might already be available, for example, the large warehouse at Manitou and Homer Watson, that's an entirely different type of product and space than what would be developed on this site. So the fact that something so large is already there, that's entirely different than what this application is about. So comparing land that's out there and those types of availabilities, I don't think it's more than just a numerical exercise. It's about what is the type of land, what is the use proposed, what are the needs of the future industrial tenant or owners of these blocks, and what they might need specifically. So the broader picture of land that's out there or space that's already available, it might not be an apples to apples versus what people might want to build in this situation.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And do you have an idea, I'm not sure if this is a question for you, this is a question for you actually, an idea of the number when this is fully built out, the number of potential jobs that this development may create?
Again, through the chair, it was identified in the staff report that there's the potential of up to 1,800 jobs with the development of this size, and when you use a person per hectare on an employment basis. Again, it all depends on the ultimate users of each of the individual blocks, but that is a number that was stated in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. My other question is for, again, I'm not sure if it's, again, better for you or for staff in terms of your environmental consultant there, but the wetlands that are there, the man-made wetlands, sorry, remind me how old those are roughly? Roughly what year they came into play?
Sorry, it's really hard. It's really hard for me to hear in this environment for some reason. I wear hearing aids and it's all garbled, so.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, my question was, do you know what year the man-made wetlands on the site were created, approximately?
The man-made wetlands on the site, the disturbance on the site. When did that happen?
I think that was back in the 80s, late 80s or 90s.
And can you comment on the size, and again, sorry, it was in the report, I didn't see it, but the size of the man-made wetlands that are there in relation to the size, the overall size that is going to be created as part of that 1/3 of the parcel that's being donated?
Yeah, so it's one-to-one compensation, as was required by GRCA policy.
Oh, so 1-to-1. So it will be, so this new wetland will at least be the same size as the, I think it was 3 that were the man-made ones that are existing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the previous delegates talked about if this area is rezoned and the potential of coyotes moving out from this area. When you went through your assessment report, or your environmental assessment report, rather, first of all, what are your thoughts on what was shared in line with some of the things that he shared with us? And then when you went through your assessment, what were some of the things that you noticed within that area?
Yeah, so I think with coyotes, it's very hard to address them on a lot-by-lot basis.
I didn't hear you, son. It's very...
Pardon me?
I didn't hear you.
It's really hard to address coyotes on a lot-to-lot basis.
Okay.
It's more of an urban problem in general, conflicts with humans and coyotes.
Okay.
It's not your fault.
I can empathize.
It's been a challenge for all of us. It's just, I don't know why the echo or the volume on the speaker has been very challenging today. So we'll just all do our best, speak a little slowly, and a little louder. Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you. We heard comments about accessing the Huron Natural Area. People were accessing it through this property. And I heard comments, I'm looking on the diagram here, and it looks as if someone going down Street A, it looks like there's a connecting path to the Huron Natural Area through that. And there was mention of access through McBride. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Certainly, through the chair. As shown in the staff presentation, there is a multi-use trail proposed along Street A and then along McBride as well. So that will reintroduce the connection to the Huron Natural Area from Strasbourg through Street A, roughly in the location where the gravel trail was previously. And then that same multi-use path, on-road multi-use path, continues onto McBride Drive as well. So it introduces a couple different points of access, but certainly reinstates the access that was previously provided into the natural area.
Okay. And it appears to be a multi-use, you're saying multi-use trail, so much safer and secure than the current or previous access.
Certainly, through the chair, it's an on-road multi-use trail, so there'd be street lighting. It would be more open and a lot less secluded than the previous gravel access was.
Okay, thank you.
That's everyone. Thank you very much. Actually, I do have one question for the couple. This is something that was brought up over and over again of, the opposition to the draft plan application of creating 10 lots. The current site is owned by the applicant. The zoning does allow development to proceed forward in its current form.
Yes, through you. The current official plan designation and the zoning on the property does allow for industrial land development. So had the site been proposed for one large user, it would have been a building permit application. It's the subdivision of land that's coming before council this evening.
Okay, would you have been still required to convey or create the buffer along the Huron Natural Area as what's being proposed right now? That's almost like a 10% of the site that's being proposed towards the Huron Natural Area, so broadening the Huron Natural Area than what it is right now. If you were to not go ahead with the zone change or draft plan, would that still be a requirement? And if you were to just proceed with development? Oh, I'm sorry, 30%.
So thank you for the question. Had the application not proceeded through this land use planning stage and the draft plan of subdivision application, there would not have been the requirement for the dedication of the ultimate wetland block that's being created, or the wildlife corridor, or the buffer areas, because this stage would have been passed and we'd be looking at, or there was the potential just to move ahead with a building permit application, again, on land that's zoned to permit industrial uses.
I think that's something that's really necessary for clarity, because much of the delegates did have that confusion that it's a zone change and development can proceed dependent on the decision of this committee and then later council, but development can proceed if you choose to go in a different direction.
Through you, that is correct. Development could proceed without the draft plan of subdivision application for a single industrial user. As long as it met the zoning requirements and regulations, then development could proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. So committee, thank you, that's everything. Committee questions of staff for clarification? Councillor Odin.
Thank you. So just a few questions lined up here. Thank you for your presentation earlier on as well. Does the city currently own this land? I want to just start there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the city does not own this parcel of land. This is owned privately. It was sold in 2018 conditionally and closed, I believe, in 2022 or 2023.
Okay. Is this current application encroaching on the Huron Natural Area? Is it part of the Huron Natural Area? I just need clarity on some of these things.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this property is not part of the HNA currently.
Oh, so it's not part of the HNA?
It is currently not part of the HNA.
Okay. And so early on, there were some concerns about not having a conversation with or there's a particular way it was worded. I don't remember, but basically having a conversation with the indigenous community, I believe within the 10-kilometer alderman or something like that. Did we have a conversation with the indigenous community around this current application?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we circulate development applications in accordance with our Land Use Together planning framework that we developed in partnership with 6 Nations of the Grand River elected council staff. So this application was circulated and reviewed. We received comments and we had follow-up discussions directly with staff. You'll see that those discussions are outlined in the staff report. That is our current practice, and we continue to circulate and review comments from 6 Nations of the Grand River elected council staff.
Okay. Thank you. I have other questions. I'm just going through it in my head. If you don't mind, I'll chime in.
That's okay. Perhaps others will ask. Councillor Davey.
Ooh, almost sneezed. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Could staff explain this? This isn't a zone change. It's a plan of subdivision. So can you explain what the outcome is? What happens if council were to decline this application?
Through the chair. So I think there's a couple of things that are worth noting about this application because it is significantly unique in the way that it's being presented to you this evening. Typically, a plan of subdivision would be accompanied by an official plan amendment as well as a zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan amendment typically enables policy to then enable the zoning to regulate the uses, regulations, and standards which would apply. As outlined in the staff report, the land use permissions for both what is permitted and not permitted and the zoning has been in place since the 80s for these lands. The subdivision application that's in front of you tonight is only to divide the land. There has been changes to the Planning Act where a subdivision application that's not looking that is not associated with an official plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendment. The process has changed with the Planning Act. It no longer requires a statutory public meeting, and that can be delegated to staff. Staff intend to bring a delegated bylaw forward to council in the future to relook at if council wants to have the discussion. For right now, subdivisions are within the purview of council, but it is important to know that all you're looking at tonight is the division of the lands and the draft approval conditions that are attached to them. Mr. Fluang just said that some of the conditions may not be imposed if this was simply a site plan application. I think that it's important to note that staff would endeavor and would apply the same high-level standard of the Kitchener Natural Heritage System through a site plan approval process as well as a subdivision. The difference being the mechanism which we do that. There are draft approval conditions that are attached that require council approval as part of a subdivision application. The latter would be a development agreement that would be reviewed, supported by staff, and then ultimately registered on title. So I think it's important to know that how this land will develop will be in accordance with our policies for the Kitchener Natural Heritage System. We must have regard for the natural system policies and what's existing. We review the development applications, which are site-specific, and all of the supporting studies to figure out what are the mechanisms, what are the requirements that we would secure through a subdivision agreement. So if this council, to your point, or to your question, Councillor Davey, council has a decision whether or not to approve the subdivision application to divide the land. This is under the Planning Act. Should you approve it or refuse it, an owner or a specified person does have the right of appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So there is an appeal mechanism here. However, I would suggest to you that because the land use permissions are in place, I couldn't predict the outcome of what could potentially happen on this application because there are other recourses.
There are other, so and as I think as Chair Singh indicated earlier, if the owner of the property wanted to proceed with a development that really wasn't subdividing the property into separate sections, that would be something that could potentially be a worse outcome and would not come to this committee or council at all, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. If they were to proceed without dividing the land, then it would be through a development approval process under site plan, and that's fully delegated to staff, and there would be no public meeting, and that staff or that process. Recently, the province clarified through legislation that there is no public component to site plan approvals, and council must delegate site plan approval to staff.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, just thinking about this application coming forward for the several weeks coming forward, supposing, and I'm not saying that this is the direction I want to go, but supposing that committee and council wanted this land to be parkland, as many of the delegations have indicated, I can't imagine a scenario where that could possibly happen without the city purchasing or acquiring that land. Is there any scenario that you, like an alternative situation other than the city paying for it, that we could keep this as parkland? Parkland as it's being used, even though it's not designated as parkland.
Through the chair, I think what I'll answer your question, and if we heard a little bit about other development applications that are also adjacent to Huron Natural Area. We would look to acquire, or if we were to grow the Huron Natural Area we would look to acquire lands which are already protected by the by the Kitchener Natural Heritage land use policies and zoning. The reason we would want to acquire those lands is because they are already part of a core environmental feature, and it is good practice to have environmental features within public ownership. These lands are outside of the core features. They were reviewed and they were acquired by the city and declared a surplus and sold because they're not part of that core environmental feature. So I don't know what the outcome would be. We would have to relook at that. I think the owner would have an opportunity to review it, and like I said, there's an opportunity for an appeal to the OLT. But land acquisition for public ownership, if we were to look at expanding the Huron Natural Area, it should be those core environmental features first.
Okay, so yeah, and again, I don't disagree, but I just want to be clear that, and I'm not saying because of any principled reason, I'm saying because I want to be clear for the folks that have spent the time to come here this evening. whether we approve this, disapprove this, it doesn't matter. The land is still zoned industrial land, and the only way that could ever become fall into city protection would be for us to outright purchase and acquire it. And again, I can't think of another avenue other than that, and I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I'm turning off my mic so my speaker is louder.
Yeah.
The city could at any time reassign land use and reassign zoning where it's warranted and there's a reason to do so. As part of Kitchener 2051, we've undertaken what's called a non-residential study, and that's looking at lands that will serve a function that's non-residential, including employment. Through that study, we've confirmed that we need these lands to continue to contribute to our employment land stock to support future employment growth. There has also been changes to the provincial planning statement, which some of our business park employment lands, the protections we did have in place, have been changed by the province and allow some uses like residential in certain circumstances, which means that some of our business park employment lands that we currently contribute to our overall employment supply may change over time. So that's why it's critical that we do the analysis and we ensure that lands that are needed for employment growth over time will continue to be zoned and have that zoning in place.
Yeah. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. In the report, it says that 750 trees would be removed for this development. And I just wonder how you see this fits into our tree canopy plan.
Yes, the microphones and so on are a little odd today. Through Chair Singh to Councillor Chapman, the number of trees that will be removed are probably not 750. I did my own count. They're probably in the region of about 600 and some. And they are in fact trees, but they are very, very immature trees. They're primarily poplar species, which you would see invading an old field like this. You've seen the aerial photographs in the staff report. So this is a recent succession to a tree canopy, only on the northern lot. So the southern lot has been maintained as grassland, but they are technically trees. In terms of how it would fit in with the canopy targets, you're right, but trees are required to be removed in certain circumstances. And we look at trees through the development application in terms of whether they are contributing ecologically to the features that surround them. And you're quite right, and or contributing to canopy. So there will be some canopy removal, but there also will be some replanting, both on the site and potentially even on other sites as a result of compensation negotiations during the detailed design of the subdivision.
Was that detailed in the report, the compensation trees or replanting?
No, that's a part of our study process under the tree management policy between draft plan approval and what's called final approval of the plan or registration, which is when they have conveyable lots.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Another question had to do with the vacancy rates in the industrial sites. Does staff have any idea of what that looks like? Or can you confirm that yes, it's around 7% currently?
I don't know if our planning staff are real estate experts. It's a bit of a stretch of expertise, but Mr. Eden, you might be able to help.
Through the chair, so my understanding is that the vacancy rate for industrial properties is based on the CMA, which is the entire area of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge. The vacancy is higher in Cambridge right now because there's a lot of larger sized industrial lots. This project is proposing smaller sites, and so the challenge right now with larger industrial buildings is that the cost to add demising walls to separate the infrastructure or the units with inside them to the smaller sizes is approximately $1 million per instance. And so
it is a significant barrier for the larger sites right now, which is driving up some of the vacancy rates.
Okay, thank you. These lands, as was mentioned, well, can you speak to this suggestion that these lands where the development is being proposed were always meant to be at some point integrated into Huron Natural Area? So where does the city sit on this? Like, what happened?
Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. So what we know for certain is that the city did the technical study and analysis and to determine the boundary of the Huron Natural Area and acquired lands within the 80s to ensure that the core environmental features are within public ownership. These lands were reviewed. They are outside of the core environmental features and not needed as part of the Huron Natural Area. In the 80s, there was a proposal by that's why some of the depressions exist today, because there was some early excavations, and then ultimately the development did not continue, and it's was fenced, and it has been sold now by the city and is in private ownership. So again, to my earlier comment, if we were to look to acquire additional lands as part of the Huron Natural Area, it would be the focus would be on those lands which serve a core environmental feature.
Just as a clarification, I think the question was kind of presumption that these lands were meant to be a part of the NHA, Natural Huron Area. The city declared these lands surplus and sold them. Can you specify that for clarity for Councillor Chapman?
Through the chair, yes. As part of the disposition process, there was a declaration of surplus and the lands were sold. That Mr. Pinnell talked about that was several years ago already. So a determination was made to sell these lands as surplus and to sell them to a developer for industrial purposes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple more questions, but I'll keep back.
Sure. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I'm wondering, we had heard from a few delegations tonight who were concerned about, I guess, our how we approach development standards. And I know that as part of our strategic plan, we talk about our green development standards. I'm wondering if you can comment on how those come into play whenever you're looking at a development like this.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have an urban design manual developments for bird-friendly design, how wildlife integrates with development as well. So there's a whole couple of pages devoted to that in urban design manual. And so that is implemented not directly through the subdivision design, but through the future site plan processes. So what will it look like? It'll look at things like ensuring that light doesn't encroach off of the site, bird-friendly glass, ensuring that buildings are designed such that we don't have birds flying into them, etc. So that is in the urban design manual already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Donnell.
Thank you, Chair Singh. And if you so indulge me, just to give the audience an update on the Blue Jay game. It's 4-2 for the Blue Jays right now. Just but for the young lady earlier was talking about Indigenous rights and our reconciliation, and so I'm going to focus on the letter from the Six Nations of the Grand River and some of their requests. So maybe Ms. Steiner, this might be your expertise, or Mr. Stevenson. So they asked for obviously the habitat connectivity improved. So have we done
that? Through the chair. So I think I don't know if you want to ask all of them at once, and maybe I can tell you a general answer on the response.
That's what I will do. Okay, so they asked for the wetlands, a greater ratio than 1 to 1 for the wetlands compensation. They were looking for 3.3 to 1 on site, 4 to 1 off site. They were looking for the removal of invasive species before most work has begun. They were also looking for a 41 meter buffer from all wetlands. There's a few other asks, but I just focused on, nesting area of minimum of 20 meters. And so I'm just focusing on these specific ones at this point in time.
So through the chair, it's important to know that we have a duty to consult with Indigenous First Nations under the provincial planning statement, and so we did circulate a meet with Six Nations of the Grand River elected council staff. We started the meeting by determining that we're aligned on a lot of the high level principles. Six Nations staff typically rely on what's called the environmental levy, which is a guiding document that's not site specific, but commenting is typically based on that, and that's based on 41 meter buffers and other standards that they've identified through their own environmental levy. We talked about how the site specific studies and evaluation didn't necessarily meet the full width in some cases for buffers and other areas. However, the same practice is being employed. So we are seeing buffers. Buffers are a concept within our official plan and also a requirement by the City of Kitchener as well. We're seeing a wetland recreated at a ratio of 1 to 1, which is fairly significant. We talked about tree replacement and where we could have trees within buffers, within right-of-ways. And so we may not be totally aligned on the numbers. The numbers are based on their environmental levy and not site-specific. And during that discussion, we just agreed to disagree on some of those numbers, but we are aligned in principle on the way that environmental remediation was being implemented here.
Okay. So I guess I know we are going to have a discussion, I believe, later this year or early next year about invasive species and a plan to deal with those across the city. And so I'm just curious if that was one of the identified issues that we are aligned with this group in removing of these invasive species.
Yes, we are aligned on that, and that's part of ensuring that the built wetland serves its core feature and function. I will say that the EIS is the guiding document for draft approval. There is a draft approval condition that there's a final version of that, as well as detailed design of the wetlands and other features. We've agreed with Six Nations of the Grand River elected council staff that they will be consulted on those plans, and we will work on the detailed design. So this is the first step in the process, but there's still more design review and consultation to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a similar question that I asked to the developers earlier, and that has to do with the inconsistencies that were pointed out in the environmental assessment. If you could comment on those, please.
Perhaps I'll start, and then my colleague may, or maybe one of my colleagues will start.
If I can hear. So did you have any inconsistencies that were listed that you're particularly concerned about?
Well, I think the ones that one of the delegates mentioned to do with the
it was the M&R report.
The grasshopper sparrows, the turtle nesting. I think there are 4 of them. Wetlands. Maybe I'm missing one.
Yes, and thankfully Ms. Malone has recorded all of this as well. So I'm not entirely, without going to the pages, I mean, you can appreciate that this document is hundreds of pages long, but my recollection in terms of grasshopper sparrow and their habitat not being impacted was identified as an inconsistency from page 30 to 20. I cannot recall what that might be. I think it had to do with the removal of wetlands, actually, that there would not be any, that's right, that's what it was. The removal of any of the anthropogenic or man-made wetlands would not have any effect on the species, any special species on the site. This happens to be a species identified as a special concern at the provincial level. And grasshopper sparrows are not, and I think Nicole actually talked about this from GHD. Grasshopper sparrows do not use wetlands as critical habitat. So two kinds of different issues were being conflated there. I don't regard that as an inconsistency in the EIS. Secondly, there's an inconsistency regarding turtles, undisturbed versus depredated nests. I think Nicole spoke to that as well. And the third inconsistency is regarding wetlands not being folded into the provincially significant, those are the on-site man-made wetlands not being, we call it complexing into the provincially significant wetland to the west in the HNA proper. Not sure what that means, why that would be inconsistent.
There's a, well, with the wetlands, there's also reference to the habitat connectivity.
Yeah, that's around the habitat connectivity, which was a separate inconsistency, I think, that Mr. Angott identified from his reading of it. I'm not, what I can say about them not being complex, that was a decision that the Ministry of Natural Resources makes. They are the owners of the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. All the letter attached to the EIS was saying was that MNR had reviewed it, and the wetlands that were on site were not related ecologically to the larger provincially significant Strasburg Creek Wetland Complex to the west. And so they would be eligible for removal under the Conservation Authorities Act and their policies. The next thing is around habitat connectivity, and that wetlands on site 1, 2, 3, and 4 do not provide a corridor link, but that there is some other verbiage in the EIS that suggests that there is a linkage. And so I think maybe we were reading it. So if you remember the wetland in the northwest corner of the site, part of that, that's in block 11, that's the created wetland block. Part of that will be created, but part of it will be retained. That's where the chimney crayfish habitats are, and they will be retained as they are there today. And the connection that is real on that site is from the HNA to the west, through the created habitat, which will be safe for turtles to nest because we will be using things like nest protectors and so on, under McBride and over in the wildlife corridor to a part of the wetland that is northeast of the site. And so I don't see any inconsistency regarding how the wetland corridor was described, or that the wetlands on site do not function. They're two separate things. Part of the one wetland will be retained to maintain that corridor.
Okay, did you want to add anything?
Yep, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think we've captured the comments from the delegation this evening, and I think we'll take that away. The EIS is a fairly complex document. It really has to be read cover to cover, and there are sections that are applicable to some areas, and there's other sections that may not be. So I think it would be best if we've heard the comment tonight. Give us a little bit of opportunity. We will double check that information. We are confident in the conclusions of the EIS to the point of supporting draft approval. There are draft approval conditions that do require further study, final versions, and there's still opportunity to review that. It doesn't lock anything in this evening except for the draft approval lines, and the work that's done within those blocks and the mitigation is still subject to detailed design.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. Just one follow-up question. I'm wondering if staff could give us even an anecdotal idea of how the open space parkland natural area in this part of the city relates to, like per person, for example, relates to the balance of the city of Kitchener?
So, through the council, our Parks Master Plan measures parkland per planning community. Certainly, this planning community, because of Huron Natural Area, it is a significant resource. There is more park than other areas in the city that don't have immediate access to Huron Natural Area. However, Legacy Parks and some of these big facilities like Huron Natural Area, they're not the same as a neighborhood park amenity. So some of this is netted out, but there is because of the protection of the Huron Natural Area, there's a significant amount of open space and environmentally protected lands within the planning communities within the Huron Natural Area.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Councillor O'Dooney defer, but at the appropriate time, I'm prepared to move and have comments as well.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor Singh. Acting Mayor Singh. Yeah, so there you go, Chair Singh. Okay. We heard the term core environmental features. Is that the wetlands, the woodlands, and the corridors where wildlife travel? Can you kind of explain that term to me?
So yes, you've heard Mr. Stevenson refer to core environmental features. That is a term that comes from one of our official plans. We actually didn't have that term when the Huron Natural Area was purchased by this council way back when. But the importance of the wetland was certainly recognized at the time of the early 90s in the study that you've heard several people refer to, including in the staff report. At the time that the city said, hey, these lands are important. We had an wetland evaluation done, or the city had a wetland evaluation available to them to identify the wetlands, as you described, as provincially significant. That's the highest level of significance of wetlands in the province. So that's definitely incorporated in the core environmental features. The other one that is there to the west of these subject lands is called a regionally significant woodland. Regionally significant woodlands, so that's at the regional level, are any woodlands that are native, healthy, and greater than 4 hectares in size. So that's why we had the landowner survey the accurate drip line of those, mitigate in terms of a setback to those woodlands. So they are combined in area, and they are all part of the Huron Natural Area. The study in the 90s, even though we didn't have the term core environmental features, the guiding study that this council commissioned and then proceeded to acquire lands back to create the Huron Natural Area, identified the drip line of that woodland, which became regionally significant woodland, as the limit. It is the eastern limit of the Huron Natural Area.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I heard a lot of delegates talk about concern for the turtles around having the wildlife crossing being an important piece, as well as turtle protection. Now, I understand this is outside of the city's scope, but I just want to confirm that we have consulted with the Ministry of Natural Resources and that we are following their direction, and we've consulted, and we're doing everything that the city could possibly be doing.
Through Chair Singh to Councillor Stretch, yes, of course we did. And on what's called an overall benefit permit was applied for by the landowner and obtained finally in I think January 28th of 2025. The Landowners Consulting Group worked with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to obtain that permit over the course of 2+ years. In fact, it was one of the rate determining steps in terms of us coming back to council we would not proceed to craft conditions of draft plan approval until we were sure that the province was satisfied that the habitat of the threatened Blanding's turtle had been addressed appropriately by the landowner before we crafted a staff, Andrew crafted a staff report and came back to you with that. So yes, it was done. I can give you the permit number if you want.
Thank you.
You've spoken a couple times. Is something other than
Yes,
questions?
it's really important.
It's really important. I can't say no to you, so go ahead.
So I'd like to call for a deferral based on the following 3 reasons, and I invite staff to comment if you so please. I'd like greater clarification on the contradictions that were pointed out in the environmental assessment. I'd like to see another attempt at resolving the differences that exist with the Indigenous community, and maybe even expand that outreach. I don't know. I'll just throw that out there. And I'd like to request that we get clarity on the vacancies in the industrial sites in Kitchener. As mentioned, we have them for the region, but not for the city itself. So I would like to have this deferred. I mean, would it be possible to get this information by November the 10th?
Councillor Chapman, if before staff, we can consider the November the 10th question, but question to you. You specified differences with the Indigenous community. What differences are you pointing?
Well, it was mentioned that there were things that they agreed to disagree on.
Mentioned by a delegate or mentioned by staff?
No, mentioned by staff.
Okay, all right. Okay, so is that a clarification question that you can seek out now, or you want more? You want consultation. You want them to connect with the Indigenous community.
To see if any of those differences can be resolved.
Okay. All right. Staff, do you have concerns specific to those inquiries? I mean, we don't know if it's going to get supported, but still to staff, to the points being made, as well as the date that Councillor Chapman is specifying. Go ahead.
Through the chair. So I think you've heard from the author of the report, our senior environmental planner, and myself on the review of the EIS. Staff are comfortable with the EIS, the overall conclusions, and the conclusions that were outlined in that report, the conclusions of the overall benefits permit from the ministry to support draft approval. We have an opportunity to receive a final EIS and detailed design, which will guide the implementation before there's any earth moving on site tree removals. So there needs to be further detailed review. I think in fairness to staff, the delegation was referring to page numbers and comparing language. My comment was I think we would benefit from time not at the horseshoe where we can follow that and understand. But it is not our thought at this point that reviewing that would change the outcome or the recommendation for draft approval based on the EIS. I think what I said when we talked with Six Nations of the Grand River elected council staff and we agreed to disagree, I think that was a conclusion we reached. They understand, the staff that we spoke with understand that their buffers and their guidelines are based on their environmental levy policy, and that our recommendation is based on the site-specific EIS work that was done to support the conclusions and the buffers in some of the draft approval lines that are outlined on the plan. So it was not an adversarial conversation. I think it was a conversation that we concluded that we're aligned in principle, slightly different applications. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. I don't think we're in disagreement. We've just agreed that we've sort of got to where we can go with that conversation. With respect to the vacancies, I think, we heard a little bit from our colleagues, and Mr. Riedman spoke a little bit about it, but Mr. Pinella has been talking with our economic development staff, and I think it's really important to know that not all industrial lands are the same. There are going to be demands for certain industrial lands because a user may want to develop their very own site. There's certain users that need to build a building because that's exactly the ceiling height they need. There are certain industrial properties that are on the market for reasons that we don't fully know. But what we know from the non-residential technical study that is going to inform Kitchener 2051 conclusions, it's very current, that we have a need for employment land. I'm not suggesting that we need 10 lots and they will be developed next year, but we need to ensure that we have adequate employment land supply. We know that there's going to be a change in employment. We don't know reasons about global trade and other conversations. This is readying the City of Kitchener to ensure that when the need comes, we have employment land so that we can ensure that we can have new employers attract on lands that are zoned and are in the right spot and have all of the key features that what we know the employment market is looking for right now. So we can continue to review that, but I think from my position, we're firm on those three areas. I think they've helped inform our recommendation, and we're confident with our recommendation for draft approval subject to the conditions in the report.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
I'll let my deferral stand.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, do I want to let you guys make comments or do we go just to the deferral first? Because again, the comments may be preemptive if the deferral is going to pass. I see no questions related to the timing. I think Mr. Stevenson's comments related to the deferral, or the request being made for additional information, have been answered. There's some clarity on that, on staff's position. I'll take the vote, and depending on what happens, and then we'll open it up for comments moving forward to the application. So, I'll take the vote for the deferral first. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. The deferral is defeated, so I will open the floor up for comments as there's no more questions of staff. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start. I've been puzzled by a lot of the media coverage coming up to tonight's meeting. The Huron Natural Area is something that should be celebrated, and I'm not patting myself on the back because it started long before I joined the council. The vision to acquire this very, very large parcel of land that's very important to our natural heritage. It took a vision that was very bold and large. The Huron Natural Area is actually 5 times the size of Victoria Park. The Huron Natural Area is roughly the same size as Victoria Park, and McLennan Park, and Councillor Singh's ward, and Kiwanis combined. It's huge. So seeing the media covering it as we are encroaching on or diminishing it, it kind of, to be frank, baffled me, and I thought really sullied something that is really great. And by virtue of this application, of this land, which is in private ownership, we will only be growing the Huron Natural Area by more than 10 acres. This is a good thing. So first off, I have to dismiss the questions of batting this around in my head. And the question is, do we need more natural area? Well, we need more natural area everywhere. That's a given. But to be frank, in this area of the city, they're blessed. There is a ton of natural area in this area of the city, and if the only way we can add more here is to buy more, to be honest, one of the questions was respecting your taxpayers that put us here. That doesn't, because there are so many more areas in the city that do need more park space and natural land, and it is not here. I'm being honest with you. Their downtown is in desperate need, as well as some other areas in the suburbs. This area is blessed. So I'm dismissing acquiring that land, because that's the only way that I see it becoming not industrial. As we heard, the developer, the owner of this land, can go ahead tomorrow and develop it as one parcel. We're not talking about making it industrial or not. It's already industrial. We're just talking about, do we make it 10 pieces in this one spot or one big piece, etc. And what staff have come forward with is not only, keeping it as it is now, but we're getting a whole third of this land contributed back to us. So I'm dismissing that. So the last thing, and honestly the most important thing to me, and I think to many of us, is the animals and that are going to be impacted by this. And it's interesting to note that a lot of the natural area, the wetland that's been put here, wasn't natural in the first place. It was man-made. And if it was man-made and thrived back then, we're proposing a new one that is the same size that will thrive in the future as a part of the fully protected area. So with that, I think this is the smart growth that we've been talking about. And to be honest with you, let's be honest, but the land we're on now used to be natural area. The land we're going to take when we drive our cars home used to be natural area. The homes we live in used to be natural area. Okay. The job that we have, the difficult job that we have within an urban boundary, is to determine where we can build with the absolute least and minimal impact on those natural areas. And that's exactly what staff has done. They've done the absolute best job they can to make sure that we can still build, that we can have some employment space and homes and other applications, and still respect the natural area of our community. So I'm going to support this. I'm very disappointed in how it's sort of spun out of control is somehow us council being against protecting our natural areas, because by virtue of this very application, they're only growing it.
Okay, Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been a long night. And, you know, I'm not an expert in PSWs or woodlands. You know, if you want me to run you a program for recreation, I can do that. But I'm not an expert on this. And the people we hire and the people who create these reports are experts. This is what they went to school for. And no offense to any of the delegates, but other than maybe one or two, you know, it's easy to pick and choose the language or the verbiage that you disagree with. But we're not all experts, and so I will support this. I will take Steiner's and Mr. Shays and all of our environmental planners and team that we have in the city of Kitchener and beyond. I will take their expertise in this matter because this is what they do on a daily basis. I don't. None of us do, and that's why we hire. That's why we have staff, is to provide us the best information and the best recommendation to make us make an informed decision. And I believe they've done that. And so I want to give them thanks. And again, I get it. People are going to be disappointed. But, you know, we have to listen to the experts. We have to listen to people who went to school and studied this, not just, you know, a guy who took recreation. So I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Well, one thing is obvious tonight is that there's a lot of passion and appreciation for the Huron natural area, and that is great to hear. I agree with everything Councillor Davies said. I just want to add to that the ability to add up to 1,800 jobs to actually enhance and grow our Huron natural area and have better, safer access to it is a win for me.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank everyone that came in tonight for the delegation. I do appreciate it. I know many over the past few weeks and months have reached out and shared their thoughts with me and shared their concerns around this application. And I've had a lot of time to think through this and had conversations with several people around this as well. And for me, I will be supporting this application. Here are my reasons why. Number one, from the onset of the conversation, you know, came to my attention that this is not our land. This is someone else's land. This was sold back in 2018, so it is not our land. We're talking about lot allotments and all of those things today. This area is privately owned. So for me, I was concerned for a while around that. And when I think about all the different potential opportunities that could come from this, like Councillor Schneider talked about, a potential of 1,800 jobs, a chance for us to actually grow the Huron natural area itself as well. I feel like it's important for me to support this. I want to thank the applicant. I know they were part of conversation a few weeks ago. They listened to the concerns of the constituents. They've been able to add and provide wetland as well. So thank you very much for the work that you've put into this. And yeah, I will be supporting this application.
Councilor Michaud.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the delegation for coming out tonight and speak so passionately about this piece of paradise that we have out in Southwest Kitchener. I think that I go there often with my grandson, so I know how important this space is. But I also understand that the adjacent property, just as Councillor Ayaduni said, is not ours. It's there for development. I don't feel that this is going to hinder or disrupt the space that's existing there right now. I think we're still going to enjoy that space for a very long time to come, and so I will support this too.
Thank you very much to the committee. It seems to be all of the comments. The item has been requested to be moved by Councillor Davey, unless Councillor Ayaduni wants to do it. It's fine. Yep, we will do a recorded vote. Just want to make some comments of my own. I think a lot of good comments have already been made. I think part of this is, and it needs to be repeated, is some confusion by the community, thinking that this land is either in the ownership of the City of Kitchener still, or the fact that council and committee are going to decide the future use of this parcel. I think that's where the confusion really lay, from the comments that were made by the delegations of concern that development can proceed forward, disrupting the boundary of the natural Huron area, and perhaps the encompassing lands that are the subject of today's discussion. But that's not the case. I can say in full commitment of myself, if these lands were natural heritage area, that could possibly be developable, but they are already within the boundary, even in private ownership. I would not be supporting this because it makes no sense. The comments made that there are other lands that could possibly be developed for industrial use, I'm in agreement with that. But these lands have already been designated for industrial use. They are already within the official plan, which would allow development to proceed forward, construction to take place, much larger footprint than what's being proposed right now. That's not in question. This is a decision that's been made by the community years past under our official plan. Previous councils having recognized that these lands in public ownership that are not part of the natural heritage area are surplus lands and for the public interest and benefit should be sold, which those funds came into the coffers assisting other mechanisms in the city towards economic development and job creation. And these lands were made available so that future jobs could come in place on these lands. That's really what it is. There's no mechanism for the City of Kitchener, for our staff, for this committee and council to stop development on the subject lands. It's about how that development would take place. It may sound crass, it's really about the pizza being made. Is it going to be a whole pizza or is it going to be 10 slices of pizza? But the fact of the matter remains, the pizza is going to get made. The developer already owns it. The developer already has the zoning designation. They can proceed forward for a development application and site plan approval. Even though our staff have within mechanism through the site plan approval that they could ask certain allowances, buffers, or the land to develop in a way that's going to be respectful towards a natural heritage, natural Huron area. What's being proposed right now is giving this council, the community, more control of how this land will proceed forward with a much wider buffer area that's protecting the natural heritage area, that's protecting the natural Huron area, is securing a better passageway to the species at risk in that area. This is a better development than what would happen if it stays in the full control of the developer just to proceed forward with construction. So in that regard, I see very little argument to not proceed forward because we are in a better position today than we would if they were to just construct the entirety of the parcel as a whole. So I'm in agreement with the comments made by the council members, and the item has already been moved. A recorded vote has been asked. Please do so. And it's approved with one opposition. Thank you, everyone. It may not be the decision that members of the community, those that delegated, have wanted. This is not the final say. This is the decision of the committee, which this is a recommendation that goes to council. It is the same members, but it gets ratified in the next council meeting. If there were questions that delegates had that they felt that they weren't answered, you can still continue to communicate with our staff for more clarification. And that's something that perhaps if the additional information needs to be relayed to council, that could change some of the opinions made today. You still have that opportunity before the next council meeting. All right, thank you, everyone. We still have one more item. Moving on to discussion item 6.1, which is enabling 4 units. I believe staff have a presentation on it first. Katie, Andrew. Andrew.
Good evening.
We're discussing if there can be a 10 slice pizza or not. My colleagues are saying no, it doesn't work. So the analogy kind of fell flat. All right, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, good evening. I know it's been a long night. I'll try and keep this brief. We're here this evening to provide a one-year check-in and a follow-up on the enabling 4 units official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment that were approved by this council in March of 2024. You'll recall that the enabling 4 units project supports the city in achieving many of our housing objectives, implementing the municipal housing pledge, as well as being a key action in the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application. As a result of the new regulations, there has been a meaningful increase in the number of triplexes and fourplexes that have been built in the city over the last 18 months. The data here is capturing 18 months from January of 2024. The reason for that is that over that first 6-month period, we had a number of developers and applicants who were starting to make applications in anticipation of the bylaw coming into full force and effect after council made their decision in March. It wasn't in full force until June. So we saw 22 building permits issued for fourplexes with 60 new dwelling units being created, 45 building permits issued for triplexes, resulting in 66 new dwelling units. The reason that it's not triple or quadruple the number is because in some cases they were either replacing a dwelling unit that was already in existence or adding on to an existing duplex or triplex, for example. 4 building permits issued for 2-unit backyard homes. We also had 32 new 1-unit backyard homes and over 800 duplexes over that same time period. Through our follow-up, we did launch a survey in the summer. We had 288 responses received. 38 were from homeowners, and there were 250 residents who responded and provided general feedback. Through our staff report, we provided a fairly detailed summary of what we heard, as well as some staff thoughts and responses on that. There was also a city-led builder workshop held at the end of August. The workshop was a part of the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan. However, we were able to capture some feedback about financial constraints and considerations that developers had with respect to the Enabling 4 Units project. Coming out of some of the feedback that we heard from developers and from builders, we did develop a number of next steps. These are incorporated into existing work plans. Some help to support the questions that came from the general public to increase knowledge and understanding of what ADUs are, how they work, what is already permitted, as well as continuing to monitor some of the areas of concern, in particular on-site parking demands was raised. And then a number of the next steps are related to supporting the development of new ADUs and continuing some of the efforts that we've had going over the last year to support uptake, as well as a couple of new things such as getting the zoning certificate process onto our public portal in 2026 to help streamline that process. Before I conclude my presentation, I don't know why it's going automatically. Sorry about that. We did want to share a few fourplexes that have been created in the last number of years. These are fourplexes where there's 4 units in one building. The first example is a conversion of an existing home to 4 units. The others are new builds in different forms. One is a side access town. There's also a 4-unit dwelling with one on top of the other, and then the other one is another new form of fourplex as well. There's actually 2 buildings side by side on that property. And the other form that we sometimes have that has been emerging is the 2-unit backyard home. And in this case, there's a duplex on both of these in the front yard and a 2-unit backyard home. The top one is still under construction, and the bottom one is substantially completed. So we do have a number of those emerging as well. So that concludes my presentation for this evening, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Katie. I'll look to questions. Councillor Denal. That's all right. Question, Michelle.
Is there a way to get a little more detail on the feedback that you've received so far with the additional dwelling units? Basically, was there like some that didn't like it, that were having a negative effect? Did you have anything like that?
Yes. Through the chair. Certainly, I'm happy to go over more of the details of what we heard in my presentation. And for timing, I didn't want to get into it in as much detail. But we did hear concern from some residents with respect to the ADUs that were being built. We did hear some positive comments as well, but there was particular surprise in some instances about the size of ADUs, particularly some of the backyard homes that were being constructed in new neighborhoods. We also heard concerns about that ADUs generate more vehicular traffic, and there's concerns about on-street parking in some instances, as well as parking on-site, and tenants and landlords parking illegally in some instances. We did hear some questions and concerns about nuisance and noise, as well as property standards things. And staff would recommend, we do have our property standards bylaw, a noise bylaw, as well as our parking bylaw, and that if there are complaints, we do suggest that residents reach out through through bylaw enforcement with respect to any concerns that they might have. We also heard from some residents who live in older or established neighborhoods that some of the new ADUs that are buildings, 4 units in particular, that they were seeing were different than what they had grown to know in their existing neighborhood, and that intensification was a larger built form, and there was different forms of tenure being involved, being introduced into neighborhoods and larger dwellings than they were used to. So that's sort of some of the concerns that were emerging, particularly from the residents.
Thank you for that information. So what do we do with those findings? Now that we've heard some of these things, what are the actions that we'll take to try to navigate a way around issues like that?
So I think some of what we need, what we're recommending as some of our next steps is education and continuing with the efforts that we've been doing to help residents understand what is permitted as of right, understanding what ADUs are, what they do. So that's some of our social media campaigns, information on our website, as well as in-person outreach. We had a number of sessions at the market that were quite successful, as well as being at the home show to help support residents in understanding what ADUs are. We're continuing to work with our property standards and bylaw enforcement staff to understand as concerns come up if there's things that need to be tweaked. We do have our annual zoning bylaw amendment, and so as concerns come in and things that we can give consideration to, we will give consideration to them through that annual bylaw. And you'll recall already last year there was a couple of tweaks that we were able to make that helped to resolve some questions and concerns. With respect to parking, we did have conversations with our transportation staff in our research and preparation for this report. At this time, they are suggesting that we shouldn't amend the parking regulations to increase the amount of parking required. We did lower it in some areas, in particular in the central city, allowing developers to make a choice as to whether they provide the minimum number or more parking spaces. And so they would recommend continuing to monitor that for the time being and not make any changes to increase the amount of parking required for ADUs. But we do continue to monitor these types of things, and we know that ADUs do result in a change in neighborhoods. It's something that's new for a lot of people, and being able to accommodate housing in a new form and in a gentle way is something that I think we can continue to support.
Okay, thank you for all that. I'll cue back in for comments.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for this report. Do you have any data or any idea of how many of the ADUs are used for short-term rentals versus regular rentals, long-term rentals?
Through the chair, we haven't been tracking the number of short-term rentals that are provided in ADUs. We don't regulate the length of tenure, so our understanding is that most are rental units or provided to family in some sort of a less formal sort of family organization within the different dwelling units in the building. We don't track the number that are short-term rentals, but we do know that they provide a valuable housing choice on a short-term basis across the city.
And do we have any idea of those that are rented, how much the rents are going for?
I think the rent varies widely depending on the size of it, the number of units, and who the renters are. I think there's probably a difference that you would see between if it's rented to a family member or if it's more of an investment type of property. And we also see a really wide range in size of ADUs, everything from small bachelor size units right up to 3+ bedroom units as well.
Right. And what about setbacks? Like, are they easily modified by going to the Committee of Adjustments, or would we be pretty strict around, setbacks with these ADUs?
Through the chair, we don't have a lot of applications recently for minor variances. In fact, through some of our tweaks, we do have a decrease. The principal dwelling, which can contain up to 4 units, has to be set back the same as any normal building. Backyard homes have a slightly less setback because they are typically smaller than a large building. They're 0.6 meters, and they can be or 0.9 if they're slightly higher up to that 6 meter in height. So like on any lot, if there are unusual site constraints, if there's a reason to request a variance, then an applicant could, of course, make an application to the Committee of Adjustment, and it would be evaluated based on the 4 tests of the minor variance application.
Right, okay. My last question, and we had a brief email exchange regarding this one, the concerns that some residents had about not being informed about what's about to happen next door. And I suggested, could we put up a bulletin board, like one of these boards in front of the house, or notify the residents within, maybe not 280 meters, but 100 meters or something of the site. But maybe you could just speak to that.
Yeah, through the chair. There's many instances, I think, when people are surprised by work that's being undertaken by residents or by neighbors that is as of right. We always encourage neighbors to be neighborly and to chat with the people around them prior to starting a project, whether that's putting up a new fence, adding an addition, building an ADU on their property. ADUs are permitted as of right, which means there is no inherent public process. People can come in, confirm they comply with zoning, and then pull a building permit. However, through that building permit process, once it's issued, it is required by the OBC to be posted in a location on the property that's visible from the street, whether that's a front door, in a front window, that sort of thing. So neighbors and people living nearby, if they're curious, can see that building permit. If they're able to see it, there's a description on it. Alternatively, they're able to access that building permit data through our open data. And they can see exactly when the building permit was applied for, what the status is, as well as some basic information about what's being proposed. And certainly residents are always welcome to reach out to us as well, and we can inform them as to what building permit has been pulled and whether it's for an additional unit or for a deck or a pool or what have you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I was very proud when Minister of Housing Gregor Robertson chose Kitchener to launch the housing design catalog, and more proud when it was done in my ward on Arlington Boulevard. And he spoke of how well we as a city are doing in creating housing. Do we have any statistics to see where we rank across the province and country in the growth of 4 units?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of anything, although that would be interesting. I don't know, Rosa, if any of my colleagues have heard anything.
Anecdotally from our contacts at CMHC that we are one of the most successful municipalities in Ontario, if not the country, in terms of the ADU uptake. I don't have the numbers for the other municipalities, but certainly CMHC has recognized us for the work that we've done and the slow but steady increases we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, that was just, to me, it was gratifying to have that announcement made here, and it kind of validated the great work that we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Can you remind me, Katie, does the size of the ADU depend on the lot size in the backyard, on the side yard?
Through the chair, yes, it does. So there's a number of different regulations that will control the maximum size of an ADU, particularly the backyard home. So the first is there's a hard cap at 80 square meters. No matter how big your lot is, how large your principal dwelling, where it is, 80 square meters. Other than that, though, we also have a maximum lot coverage. So all accessory structures, which would include ADUs as well as any sheds or pool houses or anything like that, is capped at 15% of the coverage of the entire lot. It's also controlled by the setbacks. So when people have smaller backyards, there are certain setbacks that they need to meet. So if you have a standard residential lot and maybe you have a 7 or 8 or 9 meter rear yard, 7.5 is the zoning minimum. You're controlled by having to have a minimum 4 meter setback between the principal building and your backyard home, as well as meeting your side and rear yard setbacks. So once you factor all that in, it may require that on a smaller lot, your backyard home is substantially smaller than that hard cap of 80 square meters. But in instances where there's a large lot with a large backyard, then the 80 square meters may be the cap.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, is that consistent with other municipalities in how they size their ADUs?
Through the chair, we know there's some variation in the size of ADUs that are permitted in different area municipalities. Some might be lower, like 60 square meters. 80 square meters is what was established as our hard cap back already in 2021 when we first allowed ADUs, and so we stuck with that number as being a reasonable sort of size for a backyard home. Sometimes it's a misconception that they're called tiny homes because they're not necessarily that tiny, and we recognize that, but it provides a habitable space. It's about 800 square feet on 1 story for that's livable. It's not just a bachelor size apartment. It provides a reasonable sized unit for a family or for individuals to live in.
Okay. Last question. So, any concerns that have come in regarding the size of some of the ADUs? Have they been coming in from, areas, Trainer Vanu, that have been around for the last 70 years, where they have some larger lots, they're bungalows, and so they have some extra space in the back? Or are we seeing more of like some of our newer subdivisions and the concerns coming because they are smaller lots that we're putting ADUs on smaller lots? So is there a specific, or is it just kind of across the city concerns?
Through the chair, I'm only really aware of a handful. There's not very many complaints for the actual number of backyard homes that we've seen built over the last number of years. We've probably got, I had a chart. growth is staring 85 over since they've been permitted. And I'm really only aware of maybe I think about 2 or 3 sort of complaints that have been escalated. And so I am aware of some that are in suburban areas where it's something that was unexpected and people were surprised. And other cases when they're very new and people weren't sure about them being built. So, as a proportion, we don't have a lot of complaints.
So I guess I do have another question. So the complaints that are coming in, is it because they're too close to their existing homes? Are they too big? And if those are some of the concerns that we're seeing, how do we go back and potentially adjust that? What we're allowing on some of these lots?
Through the chair, I think that the size and the impact is really in the eyes of the beholder. It's something that, one person may look at it and go, that's a nice looking, good size unit. In other cases, people might be alarmed by seeing anything new, whether it's, a 30 square meter backyard home with somebody living there or an 80 square meter backyard home. I would not suggest that we need to change the size of those dwelling units right now. We haven't gotten a lot that are 2-story because the measure for that, and that one is one that that was very new when we created those regulations allowing 1.5 story. Because a principal dwelling does need to be at least 9.1 meters high. So that's a full 2-story with a peaked roof. And so the context in a neighborhood like that would be that all the buildings are whereas in areas where there are lower buildings, the height would be capped to that 4.5 meter, which is the same as if someone were to build a shed or a garage or a workshop in their backyard as an accessory structure.
Okay, thank you.
Comments? No comments.
I have a couple questions of my own. I'm glad to hear that we're doing well comparative to on the province or nationally. That's really exciting news. So we can't lose out on the momentum. So obviously over the year, the initial guidelines that we put forward, it seems that the development community is making it work within them. So some of the concerns I think that have been laid out, and not only from the developer but also from the existing neighborhood, is kind of compression or compact by parking on street, where you have additional units that can't all be accommodated on the site, especially when we're looking at 4 units and it's a tandem driveway. It's interesting the province allows it. It doesn't function the way we would hope for it to function. I'm sorry, this is a big preamble, but I'm trying to create some nuance and explanation before I get to the question. So I also, the 10.5 meter that's required as a minimum for as a right 4-plex. I understand that we don't want to make the driveway too big because it impacts on street parking and exit and all of that, and the boulevard. Have you considered allowing a wider driveway but a single entry point, so in the boulevard? So one driveway aisle in the boulevard, but a double driveway and a half on the lot itself, where we could have the tandem parking and the adjoining parking too. The very least 50% parking for a 4-plex.
Through the chair, so that's certainly something that could be considered, and I think there are some instances where that has been provided with a single car access to the street and then widening out to the maximum permitted driveway width on the lot. There's a couple of other things that are on the private lot that we would also need to accommodate, which is part of the reason that we don't want to expand more than just a double width driveway. That 10.5 allows for the 5.2 meter driveway. Very often there's walkways as well, and a need for infiltration, and from a streetscaping perspective to allow some softscaping, to plant front yard trees and for some landscaping in front of dwellings. But that's already something that in some instances are working, to have a double wide driveway provided with just a single car apron.
So I'll leave that with staff, and hopefully that's something that you guys can explore and may alleviate some of the variances that may be requested. And the other is recognizing, the constraints that we automatically require. And these are not very complex constructions, CMHC has understood that the way to accelerate the development is to create an inventory, a catalog of easy to build fourplexes, triplexes, duplexes. But each city has its own requirements, so it doesn't fit all models. Have we considered developing our own specifics to what the market demands are in our community, as well as our bylaws, so that it's you know exactly what you can build on a 10.5. You give a couple options, and it's ready to build.
Through the chair, are you talking about finalizing the CMHC design, so there'd be a Kitchener-specific derived
Kitchener
design?
specific to the CMHC designs.
It's something that we can explore with our building division. There would be there's a possibility, and we can certainly talk to Mike Sealing and others about what that could look like in terms of having a derived design. Probably we would want to pick one or two to start with to see if there's uptake and interest. It would be the city's cost, of course, to come up with, work with a designer to finalize those plans. And we'd have to work through some of the logistics. In any case, there would also still need to be a bit of a review on a site-by-site basis. Each site's going to have different grading, requiring possibly a somewhat different foundation, as well as different sizes. You'll have to comply or confirm that the zoning is going to work for setbacks, for driveways, for all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's a few things there, but it's something that we can certainly look
No,
at.
I understand, but I think where we specify in the bare minimums, we could have some designs. And this is just another suggestion. We could always reach out to the development community, not development, the design community, put out a competition, best design, and it gives them accolades that the city picked their design. So just something for you guys, food for thought to consider as well. Ms. Bustamante, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. Just so the council is aware, the City of Kitchener was one of the municipalities that had early access to that CMHC design catalog. And so we did review them for compliance with our zoning bylaws and our typical lot patterns. And we can confirm that all of the designs in that catalog fit on at least some of the lots in some of our zones across the city. So there's a couple nuances where they might not work, but generally people who are interested in building those in Kitchener could access that catalog and find different opportunities across the city to be able to use those approved designs. So I appreciate your comments about just tailoring it a bit further to the Kitchener context, but many of them are already off the shelf to be used in Kitchener today.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Ms. Bustamante, but knowing the local market, CMHC is really looking at generally construction built across the country. Had a thorough look of the catalog myself. I found it where we see a typical design with a garage isn't necessarily what's being specified in the catalog. It's really more purpose built as a rental property, not something that gives a nuance of a house so it conforms and fits to the better surrounding of the neighborhood. But the other thing is, the way I see it is, when a home is built that way, it looks like a house, but it's got 3 units or 4 units. It's something that's designed for multi-generational use. We are talking about it, but we're not building for it. So just because CMHC maybe doesn't recognize that because you're building across the board for national demand, doesn't mean that we can raise the bar for ourselves. So that's where I was guiding staff to take a further look. Okay, before I put a forward motion. So, but I'll give you guys a kick at the can first. Councillor Michaud, go ahead. We will open it up for comments.
Thank you. I want to preface my comments by thanking staff for all the hard work that you've put in so far to ADUs in this community. But I struggle with it. I've been struggling with it for the last, I'd say, year. I look back about 6-7 years ago. 6 or 7 years ago, we were building up. We'd go high rise, build up, build more homes, get them in the high rises. And now, the neighborhoods were being built in nice, normal, style neighborhoods, and with not the types of backyards that the older neighborhoods had. And now we're seeing tiny homes go into neighborhoods where there's minimal size in their backyards, and the homes are not the tiny homes that we talked about when we first started this project. They're not the little granny flats. These are 800, well, if you use the basement, 1,600 square foot homes, like additional dwelling units in a backyard. This concerns me, what it's going to do to our neighborhoods going forward. And I'll say that the one incident I know is a it's a landlord that owns the one house and purchases or builds an ADU in the back, and this person doesn't even live in the neighborhood. So I'm concerned about our residents that you know, bought their brand new home, had their nice backyard, and had the dream of living in a place where they would know their neighbors. And to your point, Katie, when you talked about neighbors, that's not happening in some areas. So I really hope that we can, I don't know, get a handle on this, because I'm really concerned at the direction these ADUs are going right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Davey. We'll call you chair, 'cause you're not acting chair. Yeah, and I will concur with everything Councillor Michaud said. Before she spoke, I showed her a picture of an ADU that was built in the side yard beside a lady who's lived there since 1958, I think is when their house was built. And the amount of encroachment on her property, on her privacy, it really is atrocious. You know, the second floor window overlooks their backyard. So I really think we need to revisit what we allow on some of these lots. You know, especially in some of these older subdivisions, you know, there are good sized properties, and there are some great examples of ADUs. I think my ward was the first ADU built in the city, and it's set back. It's not overlooking anybody's backyard. It's a perfect example of what this was supposed to look like. Not a building that's overlooking other people's privacies. You know, and so while we have to look forward to you know, people who are going to move into our community, and we need housing, we also have to respect the people who have lived there for 70 years, and this change that we throw upon them, and because we don't notify them, all of a sudden, you know, her fence came down, and they ripped out some of her garden because, you know, the property line was different from what they thought it was, and now she's got this 2-story garage-looking apartment on her rear yard. And so I've said this before, not every piece of land is suitable for housing. Just because we have it doesn't necessarily mean we have to actually put stuff there. We're allowed to have land that doesn't have housing across the city. And so I don't know how we go about revisiting some of those lot sizes, but some of them don't work. It's plain and simple. I know Councillor Michaud is dealing with Dune South, and so some lots do not work. And so I'd like to see how we can revisit this and come up with a better solution for those who will be coming into the community, but those who have been there for a long time. And you know, it's hard for me to see what's happening.
Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. I'm a big fan of the ADUs. I really want to, you know, just be another side of the voice. I think development, it's a great way to have some gentle density go in. I think site specifically, of course, there's going to be, you know, some things that happen, but I think it's a really great direction. I'm glad we're getting recognized for it. I'd love to see the continued finessing of what we do here. And, you know, with Councillor Singh talking about, this is something I think we're leaders in and we're becoming leaders in. So I'd love to see continued momentum around that. So well done.
Councillor Davey.
Yeah, just by way of quick feedback as well, just trying to listen, because I'm a big fan of the ADU, so I think the work we're doing is great. But just when you're looking at this in terms of loosening the rules too, or tightening them as some folks want them, maybe there is a middle ground too, where I don't remember exactly what the setbacks are, but if, you know, through the site plan, maybe there is some relief where they can go closer to the property line if the agreement is that there aren't any windows overlooking in that specific thing. So this kind of flexibility, I think, is sort of like that really fine-tuning stuff I'd like to see. Like personally, I don't understand why, you know, it couldn't be a foot away from the property line. If it was my house, I wouldn't care if it was a foot away from the property line if there was no windows, right? So just another bit of insight. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's all the comments. I'll just include mine. I kind of made some of them already. I think we have to be realists. We can't have everything. We talked about a natural heritage areas. We talked about natural heron area encroachment. We had residents saying, "Don't build up here." Our sensitive environmental land. And then we also have a question about the countryside line, urban sprawl outward. We have issues about taxation, about overall infrastructure costs. We can't afford to build it too far out. And we all acknowledge those things. We all chime and speak about those things. But then at the same time, when we talk about the better option, the responsible option, in the context of the wellness for the community, the affordable question about intensification, because again, you have new housing that utilizes existing infrastructure, hard and soft. We sometimes stumble because we get pushback, and rightly so. We get pushback because people are not necessarily all that willingness of change. We have too often simply, I like development, just I don't like it here. That's because it's happening in their neighborhood. But they also are the same residents that will email us when it comes to, our parks are not built fast enough, or our parks not remediated soon enough, our community centers are not upgraded enough, and also our taxes are going up too high. All those things are affected with urban sprawl. Our city will keep on growing like every other city. We're too far gone where we can stop it. We stagnate it. We don't survive. At this point, we continue to build in a sensitive and sustainable way. And I think this really is the future of building in a sustainable way. Not every family will want a big backyard or a big lot. It's not about want. They probably want it. I agree. We all have it. Many of us have it, and others want it too. But the fact is, reality is, the young generation can't likely afford it. And triplexing, fourplexing, this is the type of housing that they can. And we need to make sure that there is a healthy stock, along with tens of thousands of detached homes that we have already. We're talking about 80 applications, 30 applications. We're not talking about tens of thousands or thousands or even hundreds of applications. This is slow, steady, sensitive growth that's happening. That's going to tweak. We're not going to get it perfect right away. We're going to keep on having to change it. Some, like Councillor Davies said, some we will have to be more flexible, and some we would have to be cognizant, saying, hey, we got that wrong. We got to put the stopgap on it. The concerns laid out by my colleagues about the ADUs in the backyard, they're too big. We did do it responsibly. We had a limitation on the square footage. It could be a certain percentage of the overall house, the primary house. But the province, Bill 21, Bill 18, I don't know whichever bill it was, they said, no, you can't put controls like that. There's a lot more allowances on the ADUs in the backyard than what we initially had anticipated. The fact of the matter is the province is really pushing us to create more housing, and housing that is available space for larger families, not just tiny units, because we have those in high rises and mid rises, and the low rises where you can build it and build it cheap. So again, I realize this is difficult change that's going to happen across the city and neighborhoods. But again, if we have the right flexibilities, but require the right building materials that kind of conforms and builds and fits well into the neighborhood, I think we're creating housing stock that's over time, it's going to become just normal across the city. So we can get there. The things that we do have to figure out is parking. We're not going to have driverless vehicles anytime soon. That is my continued concern. I think we are being quite a bit lenient, which is great. We're letting the market decide itself. But the fact is, some of it will get built, and it's going to compound problems that are already existing in neighborhoods. So we may have to be a little bit more creative in providing some allowances now, and 5-10 years from now, when we have those driverless vehicles and we don't need double driveways, well, guess what? People are going to think, hey, I don't need a double driveway anymore. I'm going to plant a tree here. I'm going to naturalize my front yard, because we will have an inversion, but we can be a little bit more flexible there. Okay, those are all the comments. It's moved by Councillor Johnston. Oh, for information, yeah, it's not okay. Never mind. No, there is a recommendation. It says mover, and yeah, it says here I have to ask for a mover. Okay, moved by Councilor Chapman. Yes. Okay. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed, and the item carries. Thank you. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you, staff. For those that had to wait for the last item for going through the whole night, I appreciate your indulgence and your patience. Thank you.